Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may give your closing argument.
Fear, love, sex, lies, and dirty little secrets. These aspects of the human condition may not be universal, but they were, and each one of these aspects of the human condition played a prominent role in the relationship that Jodi Arias shared with Travis Alexander. The relationship that began in the fall of 2006 when Mr. Alexander met Jodi Arias at a prepaid legal convention in Las Vegas. And the relationship that ended tragically on June 4th, 2008. And because these aspects of the human condition played such a prominent role in this relationship, it makes sense that the evidence that you've heard starting on January 2nd is a tale of fear, love, sex, lies, and dirty little secrets. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the other things we told you at the beginning of this trial was that ultimately your job would be to determine one thing. Your job will be to determine what happened. You were read some jury instructions yesterday that you were the finder of fact. What happened? What happened in the minutes in time between what we see here and Exhibit 159, June 4th, 2008, 5:29 and 20 seconds. What happened between what we see in this photograph and what we see in Exhibit 162? Mr. Alexander's body being drugged across the bathroom floor at 5:32 and 16 seconds. What happened in those 3 minutes is ultimately what you are to decide. Is this 3 minutes in time? Is this a culmination of a plot, a plan that Jodi Arias hatched in May of 2008, in which she was going to go from her grandparents' home in Wairika, California, to Travis Alexander's home so she could kill him? Was it what the state said it was yesterday? Was it this plan? Or was it an act of self-defense forced upon Miss Arias by the actions of Mr. Alexander? Or was it something else? That is ultimately what your job is to determine. Fear, love, sex, lies, and dirty little secrets will help you understand, I think, what happened in those 3 minutes. And as you begin, and we've seen certainly aspects of fear throughout the course of this trial, right? And we'll talk about that more later, but it occurred to me as I began thinking about talking to you this morning that you may have some fear. You've been listening to evidence for 12 weeks now, more than 12 weeks, since January 2nd. And you may feel, oh, maybe I forgot something. Maybe I didn't understand a crucial piece of evidence. Maybe when I get back to deliberate, my fellow jurors will not feel the same way that I do about this case. They won't see things the same way. Maybe you fear how your verdict will be received.
Objection, the proper argument.
Approach.
You may fear how your verdict will be received by those who love Travis Alexander, by those who love Jodi Arias, or by the world at large. But ladies and gentlemen, as the jury instructions that were read to you yesterday indicate, your job in determining what happened between these 3 minutes in time is to do an objective analysis of the facts and evidence presented to you. You are not to be guided by sympathy or prejudice or fear, but instead by your personal belief. And rest assured, each and every one of you are here because all the parties involved believe that you are the type of people that would have the courage of your convictions to stand by your personal belief against whatever pressures you may feel. Each one of you is entitled to deliver your verdict to this courtroom. You do not have to succumb to the pressure of a fellow juror who may not agree with you. You can have the courage of your conviction to deliver your own verdict. You are to have the courage of conviction to deliver your own verdict based on the evidence you've heard. Nothing more. Nothing more. You are asked to put that fear aside and look at the evidence. At the evidence. And before we talk about the evidence and what this case is about, I think it's important to talk about what this case is not about. It's not about Snow White. It's not even about any of the 7 dwarfs. It's not about bad haircuts, and it's not about the sexual orientation of any of the witnesses.
Objection, argument, facts, not evidence.
It's not even about whether or not you like Jodi Arias. 9 days out of 10, I don't like Jodi Arias.
Objection,
But that-
argue his belief.
Sustained.
That's the fact, stricken.
Yes.
Jury is directed to disregard the last statement.
But that doesn't matter. Your liking her or not liking her does not objectively assess the evidence. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? It's not even about her sitting before the cameras of Inside Edition and saying that no jury will convict her. It's not about that. It's about the evidence. What happened? What happened between what we see in Exhibit 159 and what we see in Exhibit 162? Well, I guess you know there's one more thing this case isn't about. Remember we heard that charge of felony murder yesterday in the state making an argument that was incomprehensible? This idea that, well, if you believe Jodi's version of events, she's guilty of felony murder because she went to Travis's home and she decided to steal his gun. And in the course of trying to steal his gun, she shot him. She went there, they had sex, they did all these things, then she decided she wanted his gun and decided to take it. And wanted it so bad that she was willing to kill him. That's the theory of felony murder they have put forward. That shows a little fear, and we'll talk about some of the fear that the state has demonstrated throughout this case. But that's just some of it, right? We also heard this idea that, well, she was unwelcome once she put the weapon upon him and she was there to commit a burglary or another felony. There's no other felony. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing. It's silly. It's fearful. That charge is there out of fear. It makes no sense. Under any scenario does that make any sense. Either she was there to kill him because the state said, hey, this is a plot that began in May. Either she was there to kill him or she wasn't. And that's ultimately what we're here to determine. Now, what is this case about? Well, as we just spoke of and just mentioned, yesterday, the state says to you that in May of 2008, Jodi Arias came up with a plan. Now, they pointed to a couple different days yesterday. Pointed to May 19th, the day that Miss Arias had a conversation with Miss Housley that she was fearful, or excuse me, that Mr. Alexander was fearful of Jodi. Of course, on May 10th, we heard that they had a phone sex conversation. And on May 26th, we heard this conversation, we heard bits of this, or questions about this conversation, in which Mr. Alexander had called Miss Arias a whore, a slut, and a three-hole wonder. And the state theorizes at some point in time here in late May, I guess, Jodi Arias decides that Travis Alexander, what we heard yesterday was that he had finally decided to end the relationship and she couldn't deal with it. Well, let's start there. Because what you're going to see as it relates to this so-called plan is it doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all. And the first place it doesn't make any sense is the very premise of why. Now, the state doesn't have to prove motive, but they've come up with this motive so we can discuss it. Why? Because she couldn't live without Travis Alexander. Right? She's crazy. She can't break up with any of her boyfriends. She can't let it go. She couldn't live without Travis Alexander. All right, that's the theory. That's the motivation. That's why she starts this plan into action. Except for the fact that, remember, in May of 2008, she had moved back to Wairika, California to get away from Travis Alexander. To get away. She didn't want to be around him anymore. She talked in her journals about how the cloud had lifted, right? These journals that were later argued to be incomplete, and we'll talk about that more later. There's no rules of journaling, but the state has submitted that to you, so we'll discuss it. But point of fact is, she moved away. This girl is supposedly obsessed, moves away. They still talk on the phone, but she moved away. What else is she doing? We heard evidence that she had an account on LDS Linka, a Mormon dating site. She was a young Mormon woman in her mid-20s, much like probably a lot of the people on that website, who was looking for someone who shared their philosophical beliefs. Now, the state has tried to cast aspersions on that, but ultimately, a lot of people use these sites, and Jodi was using them. She wasn't so locked in on Travis that she wasn't looking for other men. And then we met one of those other guys, right? Ryan Burns. He sat there right before you. She began conversating with him. Phone, text messages, and they had planned to meet. She was interested in moving on, moving past Travis Alexander. So this whole idea to begin with of why this plan was put into place. This plan would have been masterminded, right, in May of 2008. Because for this very reason. Now, the reason doesn't make any sense. Okay. What next doesn't make sense? Well, the state tells you that in order to effectuate this plan she's conjured up to kill Travis Alexander. But once this plan is conjured up, what does she need? She needs a way to shoot him, right? Way to kill him. So the state says she orchestrated a theft of a gun. Now, in Exhibit 325, we see this so-called gun cabinet, this impenetrable force. We also see this in 326, the same gun cabinet. Now, I would say to you, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, that if she wanted a weapon and this is the weapon she wanted, for whatever reason, keep in mind this is a .25 caliber gun, a very weak gun. But if she wanted this weapon, and she was going to leave and go to Mesa on a covert mission with a single-minded purpose to kill Travis Alexander, and that's what we're talking about here. She could have just reached her hand in there the day she was leaving and taken that gun. We never know whether it would be discovered missing or not. There would be no police report, there would be no evidence. Nothing. The other thing is, what we heard, is that Jodi, when she was in Wairika, she didn't live with her parents, but they were there. And one of the bits of evidence you heard was that Jodi's father owned guns that were not registered. She could have got one from Dad. Probably a more powerful gun. But she didn't, right? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you, first of all, why would you stage this burglary? Right, this burglary that the state wants you to believe is so suspicious. Why would she stage this when she could just reach in and get it or get a gun from another source? You know where else she could have got a gun? We heard about Matt McCartney, the friend that wouldn't betray her as the state tried to portray so much on the cross-examination of Jodi Arias. He had guns too. She stopped in Monterey, but no, he didn't get a gun there either. Would have been untraced, would have been no sign of it. But under this concocted theory that she orchestrated this theft, she breaks in herself, steals money, a DVD player, and this .22 caliber gun. And it creates a police report and it creates a trail. Would that be a choice? And keep in mind, the state conceded yesterday that Jodi Arias is a smart woman. Is that behavior consistent with a smart woman who is planning this covert mission? Keep in mind, it's covert, very important. That's what the state said yesterday. Covert mission to go to Mesa, Arizona and kill Travis Alexander. Why would you start a trail? The type of gun, the bullets, everything. It doesn't make any sense. Why would she do that? So now, we have two nonsensical propositions. Why she would want to kill Travis Alexander and how she obtained the weapon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the nonsense kind of continues from there. Because, of course, what else would she need to go on this covert mission to Mesa, Arizona? Well, she needs a way to get to Mesa, Arizona, right? Well, we heard one thing. She owned a car. Could have drove it to Mesa, Arizona. Now, we heard that maybe it wasn't in the best mechanical shape. And, as the state could theorize, maybe it would have been recognized. All right? Okay. So she's in Wairika, California. She needs a car. Of course, who's up in Wairika, California again? Her mother, her father, her sister, and her grandparents. All with cars. She could have exchanged cars. She could have come up with some reason. I'm going on a road trip. Can I take your car? None of it. None of those actions would have caused there to be any sort of paper trail, right? You borrow your mom's car, you go on a long trip, no paper trail. You borrow your dad's car, you go on a long trip, no paper trail. Those people, those same people, mother, father, they also could have rented a car for Jodi Arias, right? Nothing linking it to her, but does she do that? Does this smart woman who's planning this covert mission, does she do that? No, she doesn't. And the state theorizes that she didn't rent a car in Wairika, California, and did it instead in Redding, California, because she didn't want to be recognized in Wairika. But she hadn't lived there for years, number one. And number two, Redding, she was with her brother, and at that time, his fiance. So there were witnesses to her being in Redding, California. And the other issue is this choice she made to rent a car at Redding, as if it would somehow be covert that way. No one will recognize me. That's the theory, right? No one will recognize me. No one will know. But what does she have to do? You don't go to budget rent a car, plop down a couple $100 and drive off with their car. Car rentals don't work that way. You gave a driver's license and a credit card information. There's a pretty clear paper trail as to what took place when she went to the Redding airport. And keep in mind too, I think that's important. She went to an airport. An airport with security cameras and security all around. An airport, not some rental car agency on the outskirts of town, right? An airport. Doesn't make any sense if you're on a covert mission. Now, let's take a look at this paper trail. What does Miss Arias do to get this car, right? Exhibit 235, there's various receipts. She puts her initials. She signs her name. Paper trail. Not very covert so far. Not at all. Now, adding to this level of nonsense again, and this kind of gets into lying as well, this idea that, well, Jodi didn't really reserve the car online at Priceline, as she said. She lied to you. She really did it at budget. But let's take a look at these receipts here. Or the bank statement. She got the car. When did she get the car? She got the car in June. Right? As she was getting ready to go on this trip. She gets the car in early June, right? June 2nd, she gets the car. She returns the car on June 9th. June 9th, 2008. You were shown yesterday what is Exhibit 523. And we see the charge there for the car rental. Budget rent-a-car, right? Whoops. Yep, budget rent-a-car. Now the state says, well, looky here, you see, there was a price line charge for airfare and that happened right away, and therefore she's lying. But let's face the facts here. That $233.97 that you see up there, that was charged when she returned the car. Airfare and car rentals are different. Under these times, under these times, we know that when we purchase airfare, you have your common experience. You've rented a car or purchased airfare. You realize that, well, you do that. When you buy a plane ticket, you have to give all your identifying information and you pay for it. When you rent a car, oftentimes you reserve a car and pay for it when you're done. You put a deposit down on the credit card, you pay for it when it's done. That's when she paid for it. Now the state has tried to argue that that's a lie. That Miss Arias is lying. She didn't use Priceline. Those people at Priceline aren't getting their money, right? And this is certainly one thing the state has done as it relates to lies. Jodi Arias has made some lies about what happened. So then, why not just pile on? Set up a house of cards and in a scenario where they say Jodi's lying and knock it down. But here's the thing, she wasn't lying. There's no evidence that she was lying. We don't know what kind of arrangement Budget and Priceline has. Mr. Colombo, he didn't tell you what kind of arrangement they have. He didn't know. So she rents this car. And Mr. Colombo says when she rented the car, her hair was blonde. And we had some discussions of hair color. But it wasn't, right? We saw the pictures. Mr. Colombo saw her driver's license. Jodi Arias had blonde hair when she had her driver's license picture. But you saw pictures, right? We saw a picture 413, Exhibit 413, taken on May 10th, 2008. And no one tried to have an expert testify and say this is a certain color hair. You can use you can look at it. You can look at your own judgment. We may have different shades of brown. We have Exhibit 414. And Exhibit 414 was taken on May 15th. Jodi and her parents' dog, May 15th. You judge for yourself. May 17th, Exhibit 415. Judge for yourself. Is that some sort of bright blonde hair? Okay. What else is at the car rental agency? We have this issue. Jodi wanted a white car instead of a red car because the red car would draw the cops' attention. Well, some of us have heard that myth as it relates to speeding tickets. Maybe it's a myth, maybe it's not. But with everything else, so far we have nothing that makes sense about a covert mission, right? Nothing. The difference between a white car and a red car isn't going to be the difference between being found and not found, being discovered and not discovered. And there's many things we can talk about in that regard, but that doesn't make any sense either, that that's a big deal. Okay. Now you would think, ladies and gentlemen, wouldn't you, that if somebody was on a covert mission, right, and now we're at June 2nd, she's in Reading, she's got the car. And under the state's theory, she has the car, she's got the gun. She's ready to rock, right? So does she then go from Redding, California to Mesa, Arizona, nonstop in order to go on this covert mission to kill Travis Alexander? You don't stop anywhere, you don't visit any people, there's no witnesses. You go in there clean and you do your business, right? Did she do that? Oh, no, she didn't. Doesn't make any sense. What does she do? She stops in Monterey, California. What does she do in Monterey, California? She visits 2 former boyfriends. This crazy woman who can't let it go has friendships with 2 of her former boyfriends, Matt McCartney and Daryl Brewer. And she had a relationship with Daryl's son because they were together so long. So she had breakfast with Daryl and his son and spent some time at a karaoke bar with Matt McCartney. So what she had done, if she's on this covert mission, is it's not quite so covert anymore now, is it? We've alerted the world to this gun theft. We've alerted the world to the rental car. And we've alerted the world to where we're going, or the presence. And then Daryl Brewer says, well, she told me she was going to Mesa and needed gas cans. Well, if this was a covert mission, first of all, and I would submit to you he was probably mistaken about Mesa. She did go there, but whether or not she was planning on going there or not. But think about it. If this was a covert mission, would you say to your ex-boyfriend, can I borrow a couple gas cans and I'm going to Mesa? Doesn't make any sense. So the nonsensical nature of the state's theory continues all the way to Monterey, California. She does borrow gas cans from Daryl. But then again, that doesn't make any sense either, right? You're on this covert mission. You can buy gas cans and no one will be the wiser, right? But you borrow gas cans because you say you're going to Utah. I don't know the way. Gas may be more expensive, what have you. She's not familiar with the route. So she borrows gas cans. As they often did, you heard Daryl Brewer say, as they often did on their road trips. It wouldn't make any sense as far as this covert mission goes, right? Well, what else happened in Monterey? Did she just do that and nothing else? No, something else happened. You saw weeks ago some receipts. Receipts for various things. Gas. Gas cans. But what happened in Monterey in terms of those receipts? Now again, we're on this covert mission, right? We don't want to be detected. Don't want to be detected. What does she do? She goes to the bank. Remember now, she has 2 different accounts with Washington Mutual. She has a business account and she has a checking account. So what does she do? She deposits some money into one account. She deposits money into another account. Notice one account ends in 8006, one ends in 7148. She deposits $400 in one, $300 in the other. And we also have a deposit in 237007 of $100 into 7148. So as we look at exhibits 237005, 237006, and 237007, what do we have? Let me make sure you can see them all. What do we have? We have transfer of money between accounts, right? And, well, Jodi Arias wasn't a rich woman in June of 2008. She had a balance in one account of $548, and she had a balance in another one of $207. So she's got what? $750, right? She's moved around. She said some of it was for business purposes, some of the trip was for personal purposes. That's why she moved some of this money around. Okay. Well, again, if you're on this covert mission, why do you do these banking transactions, right? Why do you do these banking transactions and leave a trail of where you're at? And keep in mind, they're all in Monterey, right? Monterey, Monterey, Monterey. All in Monterey. She didn't do this back in Wairika. She didn't do this back on May 28th, did she? Remember, keep in mind, on May 28th, right here, this plan was in action. A gun was in her hands and she was working on the rest of it. She didn't pull out any cash, right? We saw, and we'll talk later as we go further on this journey, this trail. She didn't pull out a bunch of cash in late May or any time before she came. Because remember, she had enough, $750. She wanted to do this covert mission. She simply could have gone there without the need for gas cans. You know, when you buy gas with cash, you don't have to give your personal identifying information. We heard that makes sense, your own common sense and experience. And we also heard that from the lady who works for Tesoro. You pay with cash. There's no need for a receipt. They don't take identifying information. So she had this $750 or so, and she doesn't take it out. She could have put it in cash. She didn't do that. She wanted to buy gas cans covertly. What could she have done, right? She could have gone into Walmart or Target or wherever, bought gas cans, and walked right out, right? No one even the wiser. She wouldn't have a witness. She wouldn't have a witness who she borrowed gas cans from. But again, if you're on a covert mission, that doesn't make any sense to create this witness to save $20 or so. $12.96. The state said yesterday $12.96 is the price of premeditation. Well, $26 seems like a small price to pay to cover your tracks if this is what you're doing. Now, what does she do here, though? She does buy some gas cans, right? The next stop in this trip is we know that she stopped in Salinas, California. And looking at Exhibit 237008. What does she do? She buys a gas can with cash. Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the state says that this was done by this smart woman under the premise that she did the calculation that she needed another gas can to get into Mesa, Arizona without being detected. Of course, we know she had the money to buy gas without being detected, without there being a paper trail. She had that money in the bank, so that doesn't make any sense. But here's the other thing that doesn't make any sense. She buys this extra gas can, right? And here she is with this receipt. Well, I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but I've never been to a Walmart that doesn't have a garbage can. Why wouldn't this smart woman, why wouldn't she just take this receipt and drop it right in the garbage? I don't want anyone to know I bought this gas can because I'm on a covert mission. Drop it in the garbage. She didn't do that, did she? doesn't make any sense. Then there's this theory, this receipt has been bandied about. This is evidence that Jodi Arias lied to you, right? That's what the state says. She lied to you on the stand in the light of truth. And we'll talk about shining the light of truth on some people that have been involved in this trial later. But she doesn't throw it away. And she says she returned the item. Did she ever say she returned it to the exact Walmart? You can go back to your memory. She was in Pasadena. She was in different places. There's plenty of places where this happened. But the state says, oh, look, we checked all the registers. At this Salinas, at this Walmart. Did they check the others? Do they know? Who knows? But again, set up a house of cards and knock it down and call her a liar. Because that's the basis we're going to use for our case. And look, ladies and gentlemen, if Jodi Arias were accused of the crime of lying, I could not stand before you in good conscience and say she's not guilty of that crime. But nowhere in your jury instructions are you asked to convict Jodi Arias of lying. There is no verdict form that you will have to say, is Jodi Arias guilty of the crime of lying or not? Well, of course she is, but there's no verdict form to that regard because that's not the crime she's being charged with. It's premeditated murder. That's the ultimate crime. Okay. Now the other thing that happens in Salinas is the state made this comments about the license plate, right? This gang of skateboarders that need a screwdriver to be in the gang, right? That was the comment. That was the facetious nature of this theory. Jodi Arias told you, and there was all this discussion, all this cross-examination. How was the license plate leading? How was it? The front plate, everything else. What Jodi told you is that she saw the plate reflecting, she picked it up and she put it in her car because she thought it was her front license plate. There was no talk of the back license plate. No talk of it. Now, what the state brought forward to you yesterday seemed to be this theory that at some point in time, what Miss Arias did to avoid detection was remove the license plate. Remove it. So she wouldn't be detected. Well, that doesn't make any sense. What would draw the eye of a law enforcement officer more than a car with a plate missing? Probably the next best thing that would draw the attention of a law enforcement officer would be a license plate that was upside down. Right? We heard about that. Officer Galletti from the West Jordan Police Department said, I noticed it because it was upside down and for no other reason. Doesn't make any sense that Jodi would have put this plate upside down if she's on this covert mission. Remember, she's still trying to be undetected. She's trying to go to Utah to set up her alibi. So, that doesn't make any sense either. But let's back up the car, literally and figuratively, right? Because the next point of conduct that is important here is Pasadena. Miss Arias goes to Pasadena. And one of the things we see is that she bought gas. Now, of course, it'll be the last receipt I pull up, but we can see she bought gas in Pasadena. Here we go. Pasadena, California, she buys gas. Now that receipt is definitely faded over time. Let's see here. Exhibit 237.011 and 237.013 and 237.012. She buys gas. Okay. When did this gas purchase occur? June 3rd, 2008. So on June 3rd of 2008, Miss Arias is in the midst of a covert mission to Mesa, Arizona, designed with the single-minded purpose of killing Travis Alexander. June 3rd. She had all that money in the bank. She doesn't take it out. And she goes to an Arco in Pasadena, June 3rd, about 8:42 in the evening, and she buys gas. She makes 3 separate purchases for gas. One of them right here on the right, boy, that's a debit card. That can be traced. Gee whiz, that doesn't make any sense if you're on a covert mission, does it? And of course, she kept the receipts. Well, that doesn't make any sense if you're on a covert mission to keep these receipts. When she filled up her gas cans, and keep in mind, when we talk about all this, you know, the state says, oh, it's positive. She had to have 3 gas cans because of the amount. But they haven't provided you a lick of evidence as it relates to how much gas that Ford Focus holds. Not a lick. Those calculations are based on nothing. But okay. She creates this paper trail. She buys all this gas. What else happened on June 3rd, 2008, that evening? Remember, something real important happened that evening. All right. She spoke with Ryan Burns, the man who she was going to go see in the Salt Lake City area. Now keep in mind, in terms of lies, part of what the state has said is, you didn't know you were in Salt Lake? Well, you know, she was in some suburbs, that sort of thing. Call her a liar. She didn't know she was in Salt Lake. She was in West Jordan. She was in a suburb. She didn't know if she was in Salt Lake. Call her a liar. It's another example. But here she is. She's on the phone with Ryan Burns. And yesterday, keep in mind, yesterday the state says Ryan Burns, no motive to lie. No motive to lie. And he talked to Jodi Arias that evening. Around 9:30 he said, and you recall me asking him, there was talk about when was Jodi expected up there? When was she going to be in the Salt Lake City area to West Jordan? About 12 hours. We talked and she said she'd be there in about 12 hours. That would have been about, you know, he said the conversation was around 9:30, 10 o'clock. That would have been about 10, he kept saying 10 or 11 the next morning. The morning of June 4th. She was expected in Utah on the morning of June 4th about 10 or 11 in the morning. Now, getting back to what I asked Mr. Burns, I asked him, when you talked to her, did she say anything? Did she make any excuses as to why she might be late? No, she said about 12 hours. Well, ladies and gentlemen, wouldn't you think if someone was on a covert mission, and that covert mission was about 5.5 to 6 hours away from her current location, from Pasadena to Mesa. She was going to eat up 6 hours just getting there, right? Wouldn't you, and you know, there's this talk about Ryan Burns being her alibi, etc. Well, wouldn't you tell this person, you know what? I may stop at the Grand Canyon and take some pictures. I may stop somewhere else and take some pictures. I may decide to pull over and take a nap at a rest area. Set up an alibi. Get yourself to the point where you're not expected till, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 in the afternoon, right? She didn't do that. 12 hours. She's expected in Utah, in Salt Lake. 12 hours. Doesn't set up any sort of alibi. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So far, as it relates to this theory of premeditation, we really have things that don't make sense on this covert mission. We have one fact that admittedly, I'll admit to you, looks bad, right? Her phone goes off somewhere near Pasadena, California. And it doesn't get turned on until somewhere near the Hoover Dam, a day or so later. Okay, but that fact in and of itself, taken alone with all these other things that don't make any sense, could be seen as suspicious, but it's also probably the case that throughout the course of history of cell phones, that Jodi Arias would not be the first person to have a cell phone die on them and not have a charger available. She probably won't even be the last. Now, we have her in Pasadena. We have her talking to Ryan Burns, not setting up an alibi. And you saw the call records that she was speaking with Travis Alexander. What happens next? Showing you Exhibit 36. This is Mr. Alexander's office. Remember that Jodi told you that on the morning, what would be the morning now, June 4th, about 4:30, 5 o'clock-ish in the morning, she arrived at Mr. Alexander's home. And he was on the computer watching videos on YouTube. And the videos were of people dancing with boxes on their head, moving their hands around. And there were several of these videos, and we saw that recently, just a couple days ago, even when Detective Melendez, testified. We went through that computer report. And it showed all those videos. And this is another example of one of those house of cards to try to call Miss Arias a liar. She never said that there was pornography. The defense never said there was pornography there. Jodi Arias told you there were people dancing with boxes on their heads. And that's what Travis Alexander was doing when she arrived at his home. Now the implication was made, maybe he was expecting her, maybe he wasn't. But we know there was phone calls. Jodi certainly told you he was expecting her. And if he wasn't, and keep in mind, of course, we're supposed to believe, and we'll get into that a little more later, we're supposed to believe that he's so scared of her, right? He's afraid of her. So my goodness, how could she just walk right in the house and then sleep with him, sleep in the bed, and then get up and take pictures of her? He's so scared of her, he's taken naked pictures of her in his bed. That is a new level of being scared. But anyway, let's go back to 4 in the morning. In the office. There they are. What Jodi said is that Travis had his back to her watching these videos. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep in mind here. This plot began back in May. And there she is. Under the state's theory, she's got the gun. We also heard the state say yesterday that she had the knife with her. They don't give you any evidence to support that, but she said they had the knife with you. So she has the implements of Travis's destruction in her hand. His back is to her watching the videos. We know he was watching the videos. And we also know, right, that she's in Mesa, Arizona, and that she's expected in West Jordan, Utah, now about 6 to no more than 7 hours later. Because it's almost 5 in the morning. Now, wouldn't you think, ladies and gentlemen, somebody is on this covert mission. They've done all these things to prepare themselves for the moment in time when she could kill Travis Alexander. Did she shoot him right then and there? I mean, she had the gun, she had the knife. Why wouldn't she do that? If that was her point of being there, why wouldn't she do that? God, that doesn't make any sense, does it? And then what do they do? What do they do next? We heard about drinking some water and Travis wanting to have some sex, and Jodi was too tired. But what do? They go to sleep. And they wake up in the early afternoon. Now, I will admit there's no support for the idea that, there's no evidence that they slept. Nobody took pictures of them sleeping, etc. But it certainly makes sense. He was up till almost 5 in the morning. She had been driving all night. And we have pictures taken later that afternoon. The sexual rendezvous, right? At 1:30 in the afternoon. The theory, or the question arises under this theory that the state has perpetrated to you. They're in bed together sleeping. She's got the gun. She's got the knife. He's asleep. What better opportunity would somebody need? He's asleep. You put the gun to his head and you do it. You put the knife to his throat and you do it. If that's what you're there to do, isn't that what you do? No better time than when he's asleep. She doesn't do that. Okay. What next? Well, you heard Jodi tell you that they had sex that afternoon, that he was tied her to a bed, and that they took pictures. Well, we have evidence of those pictures, right? We have pictures of Jodi naked on the bed. Then it begs the important question. Keep in mind now, under the state's theory, Jodi is there to kill Travis Alexander. Why, if somebody is there to commit a murder, do you hang out and let the intended victim of this murder take pictures of you at what's going to soon to be a crime scene? Here I am at the crime scene. Go ahead and take pictures of me. No problem. No problem at all. Now, that doesn't make any sense, does it? And we'll look at some of those pictures perhaps later. But keep in mind as well, in some of the pictures, this man who is in utter fear of Miss Arias can't even see her head or her face. You can see the despondent look on her face in some of these pictures. But keep in mind what was taken on June 3rd while she's on this mission. A picture from her own phone that she took in advance of being in Mr. Alexander's house. Another exhibit, 638, a picture that she took on June 3rd, 2008. If you're on a covert mission and you dyed your hair and you've done all this in order to get there and kill Travis Alexander, why are you taking pictures of yourself with this hair color and allowing him to take pictures of you with this hair color? Right? Doesn't make any sense. And not only pictures, nude photographs. And not only nude photographs, but graphic depictions of her genitalia. Doesn't make any sense. These are the last thing you would want if you're there to commit a homicide, a murder, is to have pictures of yourself taken. But that's what happened. There's no dispute that that's what happened. So now, keep in mind, and I will just show you Exhibit 164. Keep in mind now This photograph was taken at 1:42 and 53 seconds. Jodi Arias, nude, on the bed. You can see her face, and you can see the time. 1:42. And that's important, ladies and gentlemen, because keep in mind now, by 1:42 in the afternoon of June 4th, Miss Arias was due to be in Utah. Really already, right? 10 or 11 in the morning. Even if we cut it an hour or so for, lag time, resting, bathroom breaks, whatever, she's already due in Utah. And she lets this man tie her up, and Utah is supposed to be her alibi, keep in mind. Tie her up to the bed, take nude photographs of her, and she doesn't shoot him and drive off and say, oh my goodness, I got lost or whatever, make up some excuse to lessen the hours. But she didn't, right? She didn't. But this was the plan under the state's theory. This was the plan to kill him and get to Utah as an alibi, right? But what do we also know about what happened that day? We know that Jodi Arias sat around, hung out with Mr. Alexander in this office, and that he threw some CDs. Now, yesterday, the state postulated to you that she knew she was going to Mesa to see Travis. That's why she brought the CDs. So let's back up that Ford Focus again. Remember what you heard in Pasadena was that she was going there, and Darrell Brewer told you his sister had just had a baby. She was going there to take photographs of this baby, and you heard she always takes her laptop and her photographs with her when she does these sort of projects. But also, again, keep in mind now, if you're there and you're going and you're leaving your home and you're going to pack everything up and you're going to kill this man, why would you go and pick up a bunch of picture CDs and show him pictures of your travels together? Doesn't make any sense, right? Not for this covert mission, it certainly doesn't. But now we have the photographs, right? In the afternoon. Travis Alexander in the shower. The state postulated to you yesterday that this was it. That she had convinced Mr. Alexander to get in the shower. That they had had sex twice. She kind of wore him down so that he was naked and vulnerable in the shower so she could take her shot. Right? That was what we heard yesterday. That was the point, that was the plot of all this, right? And we know from the photographs that this happened at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And keep in mind now, the state has theorized throughout this case that Jodi Arias had the knife and the gun with her in the bathroom. She had Mr. Alexander naked, vulnerable in the shower, and she was waiting for her moment in time. Yesterday, you saw the picture of Mr. Alexander sitting in the shower. We saw the top half of that in Exhibit 159, right? You see the water dripping off his face. We saw that a few moments ago. And then there's the next photograph where he's sitting in the shower. They say this is where she decided to make her leap, to make her move, while he's looking at her. God, funny thing is, it seems like is what we have in Exhibit 142. We have Mr. Alexander right there, don't we? He's in the shower. Look at his head. face completely against the wall, arms up, vulnerable, still naked. Under the state's theory that would matter, but be that as it may, there he is. Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is at 5:22 and 36 seconds. She's waiting for a moment in time to strike. She's waiting to kill Mr. Alexander. If there's a moment in time, this is it. This right here is it. There he is. He's worn out, he's naked, and his back's to her. His eyes are right against the wall. He wouldn't have seen it coming. Wouldn't have seen it coming for an instant. And keep in mind, she had the gun, right? She could have just shot him right there if that was her plan. She didn't. Doesn't make any sense if this is a premeditated murder. And keep in mind, too, this isn't just a moment in time. 5:22 and 36 seconds. 5:22 and 54 seconds is the time on Exhibit 143. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it's coming in better on the screen to your side. But what do we have there? 5:22 and 54 seconds. So I'm no mathematician, but it appears we've got about 18 seconds of time. 18 seconds between these two photographs. It wasn't just that one picture, that one moment in time, that 1 second where she didn't have time. Seconds later, he's still there. Showing you Exhibit 144. This, ladies and gentlemen, you will see, this happened at 5:23 and 0 seconds. Same guy, head still against the wall, near the wall, not looking, at 5:23. More time. More time. Again, if this was the time, and keep in mind, boy, ladies and gentlemen, by this time, this has been a week or more of plotting. And there he is. She doesn't do it. The saga continues with Exhibit 153. Same guy, same shower. 5:26 and 56 seconds. Exhibit 154, 5:27 and 12 seconds. There we go. 5:27 and 12 seconds. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you're being asked to believe when we look at these photographs in 142 and the last one at 154, what you're being asked to believe is that 5:22 and 36 seconds, right? 5:27 and 12 seconds. Now certainly we don't know, maybe he made some other movements, that sort of thing during this time period, the other photographs. But there was 5 minutes in time where he was making these poses, right? 5 minutes in time. And my goodness, going back to what I said before, wouldn't this be the moment? Wouldn't this be the pinnacle moment? The gotcha moment? No. It wasn't, because she didn't do it. She didn't do it there.
Take a break, All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the morning recess at this time.
It is 10:24, according to this clock. Please take a 15-minute break. Remember the admonition, you are excused.
Please back to the jury.
The record will show the jury's left the courtroom. We are at recess. Counsel, please approach. Be seated.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nerman, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, before we took our break, you and I were talking about the moments in time, matter of fact, for several minutes in time, when Mr. Alexander had his back to Miss Arias with his hands up, and sometimes with his face against the wall. Thank you. And those moments in time passed without Jodi implementing her plan. Doesn't make any sense. We get to this moment in time here. 5:29:20. He's seated. You can see that. We saw that earlier this morning. But this, according to the state, what we see in picture, photograph number 160, this, according to the state, is the moment in time Miss Arias chooses to implement her plan. 5:30 and 30 seconds. The Mr. Alexander is nude, concede that. Vulnerable, so the state says. Although it seems highly less likely, because keep in mind, here he is right here. Seconds prior, he's looking at Miss Arias. Certainly would have seen it coming. His hands are up. But it is at this moment in time, the state says, that Miss Arias decides to put her plan into motion. She's stolen the gun. She's dyed her hair. She's rented the car. She's altered the license plate. She's got her gas cans. Everything is built up to this moment in time. That's what the state wants you to believe, right? And remember, before we talk about this, the testimony Dr. Horn. Now, certainly it varied, and we'll talk about that a little bit when we talk about lies and that spotlight of truth. But Dr. Horn says the wound to the vena cava came down to up. Down to up. So what we're to believe now then is that Jodi Arias, with all these chances in other moments in time, all these different chances when his back is turned and his defenses are down, that she somehow decides to get low to the ground and reach down and stab him. Stab him. Stab him. Doesn't that raise a question? Remember now, here's this big guy, strong guy, working out, getting ready for his trip to Cancun. Stab him. Jeez, you know, you wouldn't think you'd stab someone unless you didn't have a gun. Wait, the state's theory, she did have a gun. She had a gun. Wait. So she chooses, and keep in mind now, and we'll talk about the change in story of the state's events, but keep in mind, the state went to great length throughout this trial to say, you betcha, no doubt about it, Jodi's a liar. She stabbed him first, and she stabbed him right there in the shower. Down to up. That's what happened. Apart from the logistics of that not making any sense, and you can judge for yourself how high off the ground Travis's chest is in that picture, why don't you shoot? Why don't you shoot? You've got a gun. This is what you've done. You've stolen this gun. You've gotten to this point in time. Why don't you shoot? Doesn't make any sense. Under this theory of premeditation, none of this makes any sense whatsoever. Now the theory goes on as it relates to premeditation to say, well, Jodi did this fantastic job of covering her tracks. She tried to clean up the scene. She threw a little bit of water around. She drove up to Utah. She hung out with Ryan Burns. And she made phone calls and she sent text messages to Travis to try to make it look like she wasn't there. And then they go on to say, and we'll talk about the stories in a minute, but this story of self-defense, that's a great big lie, right? That's what they say. But if it's a great big lie, you think that might be what you did. Or you might do something else way smarter than what Jodi did after this took place. She's planned this out, remember? A week or so in advance. She spent all this time on the road, all these hours, thinking about this moment in time. And you're saying this smart girl doesn't think of what she's going to do afterwards? Smarter things? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And why, if it's this pre-planned murder, again, do you stab, create this crime scene of chaos? We had a relationship of chaos and a crime scene of chaos. And there is a correlation there. And we'll talk about that later today. But let's think about that. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense as it relates to premeditation. Not a single thing. Well, now what we just spoke about is self-defense. Jodi Arias told you another version of events. You have an instruction on self-defense. I'm not going to read that to you, but I want to emphasize a particular portion of that to you as we go back through the history. Because the history is such that what Jodi Arias told you on June 4th, 2008 is a product of a lot of things that happened beforehand. And when you assess the self-defense claim, you assess it and looking at page 13 of your jury instructions, if at the very bottom, couple things. Looking at this burden of proof, the state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act with justification. If the state fails to carry their burden, then you must, it's not optional, must find the defendant not guilty of the charge. Now we begin at the last line of page 13. If there have been past acts of domestic violence against the defendant by the victim, the state of mind of a reasonable person shall be determined from the perspective of a reasonable person. This person right here, who has been who has been a victim of those past acts of domestic violence. So, what are those past acts and how do we define domestic violence? Because I think that kind of goes to the history of the relationship and the realities that were in Miss Arias' mind when she approached Mr. Alexander's home on June 4th. Domestic violence means any act that is an offense. Assault. We have an assault in this case. Was Jodi Arias the victim of an assault? Well, we heard several occasions where that took place, right? Well, we heard of at least 4 distinct occasions. We heard Miss Arias being thrown down and held down and not being allowed to leave a room. Actually, and that's unlawful imprisonment, aside from an assault. Double bonus for Mr. Alexander, assault and unlawful imprisonment. 2 acts of domestic violence. Did he endanger her with these acts? Sure. Slapping her, kicking her, aggravated assault, kicking her, breaking her finger. Now remember, there has been much made of this finger, right? When we talk about this aggravated assault, state says to you, my goodness, this didn't happen. This happened on June 4th. And we can tell it happened on June 4th because on May 15th, looking at Exhibit 452, that your, Miss Arias, your hand injury is invisible. So the state inquired. They said, see, you're a liar, Miss Arias. They even showed Exhibit 453, a hand hanging down. There's a close-up, say no visible signs of the injury. Again, the house of cards. Set it up, knock it down, call her a liar. It's what you got to do when you don't have evidence of premeditation. But keep in mind, you saw Jodi hold her finger up. You saw it broken. And you saw Miss Wilmot stand right next to Miss Arias. You saw that up close. And Miss Arias' hand draped over her. You saw that. You can assess for yourself the visibility and the apparentness of that injury. Assault. He kicked her. Held her down, wouldn't let her leave. Threatened and intimidated her. We saw that in all the text messages. Exposing her was going to be the worst thing that ever happened to her. He was going to expose her to everyone she knew, right? Public vilification. Sexual assault. What about that? We heard about that in what I would say is 2 different ways. Now, Miss Arias And we heard a lot about her psychology at that period of time. And we saw tables, and we won't go through those again, where Miss Arias had real low self-esteem. Didn't think too much of herself. So it makes sense then, when Travis Alexander places his penis inside of her while she was asleep, and she kind of says no and pushes off and continues the act, doesn't want to break the vow of chastity. She doesn't consider that a sexual assault because they'd already done other sexual things before. She didn't say no at the time that he entered her. But the law tells you, and the definitions are there for you, that somebody cannot consent to sexual activity when they're asleep. That's just the bottom line. That is a sexual assault. And we have the instance on June 4th, don't we? Where Mr. Alexander, and you have your definition of sexual assault, grabbed Miss Arias, put her arm behind her back, bent her over the desk, and had rough vaginal sex with her. She says, it wasn't that big a deal because I didn't say no. But why didn't she say no? Because it was a better alternative to his anger, to his wrath, to his hits. It was a better alternative. She submitted out of fear. Fear of physical violence. That's the sexual assault. Now, you're also to consider in terms of the relationship, you have to consider things in the relationship as far as domestic violence. The type of relationship, the length of the relationship, the frequency of interaction, and if the relationship has terminated. Type of relationship, regardless of whether they call themselves boyfriend or girlfriend or not, whether they use that distinction. The relationship was a sexual one, romantic one. Whatever label you want to use, it was that type of relationship that we're talking about here. Romantic or sexual. The length of the relationship. Again, it began in the fall of 2006 and ended tragically on June 4th, 2008. The sexual portion of the relationship didn't begin right away because you recall Miss Arias had a boyfriend. She didn't want to be unfaithful to this boyfriend. She saw the relationship going nowhere. She broke up. But of course, in between there, keep in mind, Mr. Alexander was bringing Mormon missionaries over to the home to talk to Miss Arias and to try to bring her into his church. And another way to do that, of course, in terms when we talk more about domestic violence relationships with Alice and Violet, but that's a way of pulling Miss Arias out of the relationship she was in. She was in a sexual and romantic relationship with Darrell Brewer. But if you start to begin to follow the tenets of Mormonship, you have to metaphorically grab her and pull her away from that. And tell her she shouldn't be doing that before marriage. Of course, he redefines that later, but he pulls her away. And of course, as a Mormon girl, from what we know of Deanna Reed, you're not supposed to tell because that's a sin. He'd already done that once. He knows how to do it, and he knows that they'll keep the secret. The frequency of the interaction of this nearly 2-year relationship, pretty frequent. I mean, she was maybe his backup booty call. Maybe some days she was his first string booty call. Who knows? But there was this frequency of interaction, right? And if the relationship has terminated a length of time, unfortunately, as I said before, it terminated on June 4th. It never terminated before that. Not really. Because even when she moved back to Wairika, they still talked. They still had phone sex. They still chatted. They still did instant messages. They still did text messages. They did all sorts of things. So when Miss Arias goes to Travis's home on June 4th, 2008. She does so, going back to what I started out this morning, with an element of fear, with some lies being intact, and we'll talk about those a little while longer because, again, that spotlight of truth. Keep in mind this relationship, and sometimes lies bleed into dirty little secrets, don't they? Was a dirty little secret. She goes there with fear. She goes there with the lies, the dirty little secrets. She goes there with an element of love for this man. Because let's face facts. And certainly one of the things that we talk about when we talk about premeditation is that she always loved this guy. And there's no evidence to the contrary. But she goes there. Fear, love, sex. Well, there was sex that day, right? All those elements. All the elements of the relationship from Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias that began with sex. That began when he gave her the Book of Mormon and wanted oral sex. Began on other occasions as well. It went overwhelmingly interwoven from Ehrenberg to the home of Chris and Sky Hughes, to Travis's home, to her home in Palm Desert. It's all a woven tale for which geography is irrelevant, and love, fear, sex, lies, and dirty little secrets is pervasive regardless of where we're at. Regardless of where we're at. So, Miss Arias tells you that on June 4th, she arrives at the home. We talked a little bit earlier today about how he was watching YouTube videos, how he went to sleep, how they woke up, how they had this sex. And she told you how his bedroom we've seen so many pictures of, but how his bedroom, what is seen in Exhibit 249, and bathroom, how that became a crime scene. She talked to you about that, didn't she? Now, of course, the state says she's a liar. That nothing happened the way she said it happened. But ladies and gentlemen, there is some elements of objective evidence that show you exactly that what she is saying is true. Obviously, we have the computer evidence, right? She says what time you got there. We have the pictures. Now, another lie the state believes that there's another lie here, right? That before she arrives at this soon-to-be crime scene, she is lying about her abuse. That she was never a victim of physical abuse. Never. Why? Two reasons have been proffered by the state. One, because she never wrote it in her journals. She did not say, "Dear diary, Travis smacked the crap out of me today." She didn't say that. She didn't say, "Dear diary, Travis ejaculated on my face today." She didn't say that. She didn't say, "Dear diary, Travis choked me until the point I passed out." She didn't say that. She didn't say, "Oh, he slapped me upside the head in the car because I wanted to move back." She didn't say that. That shows that none of these things ever happened. And oh yeah, she didn't write, "Hey, dear diary, I saw Travis masturbating to an image of a child." And she didn't call the cops about any of those things So therefore, she's lying. Again, it's another one of these house of cards because it seems to set up this premise as it relates to the journals anyway, that there's this requirement that a journal be complete. You know, he's asking Miss Violet, well, the journal's not complete unless it details everything. Well, I guess logically that's true. That's an unprovable premise. So she didn't write down every time she went to the bathroom on January 24th when she said nothing noteworthy to report. She didn't write all these other things down. And so therefore they didn't happen, right? I don't know what laws of journaling or what rules of journaling the state thinks apply here. But that's nonsensical. Because she's not required to do it. And guess what else? You know, the state had an expert up here. Well, one day she called herself an expert, one day she didn't. She might have been right the first day when she said she wasn't. But later she claimed to be a domestic violence expert, right? Janine DeMarte, 1 year of experience. Well, of course, she counted her time as a student. So if you count all those years, it was a lot more. But, you know, 1 year license, she's out there and she says, you know, she had this experience in domestic violence and actually administering questionnaires is what she did. But she said, what we all know, really common sense, is that battered women lie, right? They don't call the cops all the time. Alice Violet told us the same thing. They don't call the cops. They don't make a report. Like Alice told you, a vision out. Imagine, you know, someone's in a relationship for 10 years. They have 2 kids together. The guy has a good job. And he gets drunk and he hits the woman, right? According to the state's theory, and she doesn't report because she doesn't want him to lose his job. She doesn't want him to get into trouble. She thinks it's a one-time thing. And she doesn't report. Now, under the state's theory, that woman was never hit because it wasn't in a police report. Well, let's shine the light of truth on that, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? How much sense does that make? That woman, she didn't report it. She wasn't hit. Come on. I mean, come on. That is repulsive. Now, the state said yesterday that Miss Arias was trying to, implying that Miss Arias is trying to victimize Travis Alexander all over again by coming up with this theory that he's a pedophile, right? And then she caught him looking at this image of a child. Well, let's go back to that same doctor who claims all this experience with her 1 year experience. She was asked a pretty basic question. I think even with 1 year experience she could answer it. She was asked, what is the definition of a pedophile? And Dr. DeMarte said something to the effect of someone who has a sexual interest in prepubescent children. Okay. State says there's no evidence. No evidence to support that. That's not true. That's not true. On May 10th, 2008, you heard about 45 minutes of a phone conversation about Travis Alexander. And what was said during that phone conversation? Now keep in mind, obviously the state's trying to write it off as a heat of the moment type of thing. But when Miss Arias has her orgasm, whether real or fake, according to the state, any woman who's faked her orgasm is a big liar and nothing she ever said should be believed. She's a fraud. But putting that aside, there's this idea that after this orgasm is heard, after Miss Arias articulates this, Travis Alexander says, that's so hot. Your orgasm is like a 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. Who says that? You cannot write that off to the heat of the moment. That is sick, and that is wrong. You can't put any spin on that. You don't say that unless you have that interest. And keep in mind something else. He doesn't just say it once. Oops, I screwed up. She says, what'd you say? Out of shock, what'd you say? And he doubles down. It's like a 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. Let's hope, ladies and gentlemen, that he doesn't know what that sounds like. But he said it, and he said it twice. The fact that it doesn't say, Dear Diary, I saw Travis masturbating to an image of a child, doesn't matter. You have Travis Alexander's own voice saying this. And wait, one more thing, right? He doesn't just double down, he goes for the trifecta. He says, like corking the pot of a little girl. He said that, not Jodi Arias. Had Jodi Arias really been interested in this vicious attack of Travis Alexander, even though the state has contemplated to you that, oh, she was craving the media, and she did these interviews, and now, therefore, she's craving the media. She's throwing Travis Alexander under the bus. Gee, wouldn't it make sense? You've got the national spotlight upon you. You're hoping not to go to trial.
Objection, argument, facts, not evidence.
And
Sustained.
Ask that it be stricken.
Stricken.
you have this camera in front of you. You have Inside Edition. You have news shows. You have all kinds of people that want to interview you. And you don't say it. She didn't want to tell Detective Flores that Travis Alexander had these interests.
Objection, argument, facts, not evidence.
She didn't want to tell anyone that he had these interests. If she had said, if this was a big plan, and if this was her plan to throw mud on him, she could have done so when she talked to Detective Flores, right? She didn't. She could have done so when she talked to Inside Edition. She didn't. She could have done so when she talked to 48 Hours. She didn't. It is a reality of this trial. It is a reality of the facts. And it is a reality of how this abuse came to be. The state says, well, he didn't abuse Deanna Reed. He didn't abuse, and I would suggest, even though they say that, I think that's probably not completely accurate. Because while they had some consensual sex, it was going against their religion, and I'm sure that was damaging to both of them. But he didn't abuse Lisa Andrews, and he didn't abuse Mimi Hall. So therefore, he's not an abusive guy. But the relationship wasn't the same, right? She knew his secrets. She knew of his interests, hopefully an interest he never acted on. She knew his dirty little secret, and she was his dirty little secret, wasn't she? Because remember at this point in time, on June 4th, when she's pulling up to this home and this soon-to-be crime scene, Travis, his sexual, apart from what we just discussed and the comments about a 12-year-old girl, the state's right. There's nothing wrong with having sex as a young adult. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong or illegal about the intercourse that he had with Deanna Reed. Nothing. But and there's nothing wrong with the intercourse he had with Jodi Arias. At least the time she was consenting to it. But there was something wrong with it within the context of the church. And at this point in time, when they begin a sexual relationship in 2006 that goes all the way up to 2008, he was a one-time offender, right? He'd already violated the dictates of his church. One time. He needed to keep that dirty little secret that he was having sex with Jodi Arias. Because there could have been ramifications. He was a repeat offender. He would have been a repeat offender. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. So the relationship was different. The need to control her was different. For those reasons. What did we also hear on this tape that is demonstrative of this relationship? We heard Travis Alexander engage in what Alice LaViolette called character assassination, name calling. Whatever place you want to put it on the continuum. Remember at the beginning of the tape, before the sexual portions got played, you heard Mr. Alexander talking about Mr. Abe Abduhadi. And he talked about a confrontation he had with him. Well, not a confrontation per se, because if you recall, and if you choose to listen to this in your deliberations, Mr. Alexander says that he intimidated him in the bathroom. He was a jealous guy. Hey, I gave him the I'm going to whip your A vibe. Says something to that effect. I'm going to whip his ass because he kissed my girlfriend. Jodi says, he wasn't the girlfriend at the time. I don't care. I intimidated him in the bathroom. Jodi says, he said nothing but nice things about you. I don't care. I was going to whip his ass. He's a violent guy, right? He had a punching bag, and you saw the exhibits. He had a punching bag in the hallway outside his office. Maybe he needed that for when Jodi Arias wasn't around. I don't know. But he was also a big fan of the Fight Club, right? Cage fighting. Bleeding. Broken bones. Cage fighting. And we have him being violent in this phone call. And we have him assassinating the character of other individuals that were associated with Mr. Abduhadi. Remember this reference to Team Freedom. She talked about, I may go to a Team Freedom event. Of course, Mr. Alexander probably knew that Mr. Abduhadi was a part of this and wanted to stop any perpetuation of any relationship. Maybe that was his motivation, I don't know. But he says those people are soulless. Those people are soulless. They're the worst. They don't care. They just want to drink and party, and they're terrible people. He's assassinated the character of other individuals, hasn't he? Those people on Team Freedom. It's all consistent. Character assassination. We saw it, right? We heard it. Whore, slut, three-hole wonder. The only thing you're good at is giving blowjobs. Things like that. Bitch. And Dr. DeMarte, in an effort to try to, save face with her, what appeared to be scripted testimony, says that's an inappropriate communication pattern. Something to that effect. That Mr. Alexander had an inappropriate communication pattern. Seriously? Inappropriate communication pattern? Who wants to be called a slut, whore, bitch, and three-hole wonder? That's beyond inappropriate. But all those things, the fear that she'd experienced in the violence before, the love she had for Mr. Alexander, the sex, the lies. Keep in mind now, the lies. Sure, Jodi lied. But Travis Alexander lied as well, too, didn't he? Not only we heard Deanna Reed talk about how he lied about having sex, he would lie by omission. The state made a big deal. If Jodi Arias didn't confess to everyone she talked to, she lied by omission that she killed Travis, right? Mr. Alexander, Miss Reed tells us, when people would ask him about his virginity, he just kind of shrug it off and laugh, make it look like he was still a virgin when he knew he wasn't. He lied. He lied when he told that Jodi Arias was a stalker. I'm going to get into that a little more later, this idea that she's a stalker. She wasn't a stalker. Look, if she was a stalker, right? Why do you take a picture of your stalker naked on your bed? So fearful of Jodi, his stalker was Mr. Alexander, that in Exhibit 393, on 11 of 2006, he sends a picture of his penis. How fearful of his stalker is he if they're using Exhibit 434? if he attends prepaid legal functions with her? How fearful is he of this stalker if, as they do in Exhibit 432, they go to the Sacred Groves, a sacred historical site in New York, a sacred historical site to the Mormon Church? How scared of his stalker is he if they go to the balloon festival, as we see in Exhibit 431? How scared is he? How scared is he in Exhibit 435? When while still in New York, they travel to Niagara Falls together. How scared is he? You see, ladies and gentlemen, part of the reality of the situation with this whole idea is that Miss Arias was a stalker is that it was a facade created by Mr. Alexander in case she ever got caught sneaking in or sneaking out. She's crazy. She won't leave me alone, you know, that sort of thing. That's why she's over here at 2 in the morning. That's why she's over here at different hours of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, we know there was a continued sexual relationship, and it was an out. It was an out for him. Maybe Travis Alexander had fear that this would be exposed, not only affecting his status of the church, but maybe, and probably wrongfully so, maybe he feared that his friends would lose respect for him if they knew that he was engaging in this behavior. He had to come up with some sort of ruse in order for this behavior to continue. And we know it was a ruse because we know he took pictures and had Jodi Arias over, and this idea that, oh, we don't know if she was welcome over there in the house on June 4th. He was taking pictures of her naked on the bed. You don't do that with your stalker. So this sex, the love, the fear, the lies, and the dirty little secrets all culminate on June 4th. Unfortunately, what happened is that Mr. Alexander's bedroom became a crime scene. Now, Jodi Arias told you that she was taking photographs. And we don't need to go through all the photographs again. We saw the photograph we were talking about, a couple of photographs, Exhibits 159 and 160, if I remember correctly, about Mr. Alexander sitting in the shower. One we see his face, one we see his body. The argument you heard yesterday was the photograph of the body sitting in the shower was not accidental because it was in focus. Doesn't seem like a photograph anyone would particularly take, but it makes sense. Jodi Arias said she was holding the camera, she was looking at some of the photographs, deleting some, deleting others. It makes sense that she could have been holding the camera steady and accidentally took that picture. Okay. So we're at this moment in time, and this is when things differ, right? Up to this point in time, we've talked about facts that are entirely consistent, for which there's no real dispute, at least in terms of what happened. What to make of it, there could be dispute. But this moment in time, right, about 5:30, this is the pinnacle, right? Where the state says Miss Arias, who already has a gun, reaches down and stabs in an upward motion. And that after this happens, sometime after this happens, we have Exhibit 161. One of the photographs that was recovered, right? Jodi Arias says, and it's certainly coming in a little clearer today over there, 5:31 and 14 seconds, and you'll have a chance to have this back with you. But Jodi Arias says she drops the camera. This photograph is entirely consistent with that, isn't it? It's a photograph up towards the ceiling. Jodi Arias says Travis Alexander yelled at her for dropping the camera. He called her stupid. He says even a 5-year-old could hold a camera. Now remember, This is a budding professional photographer who loves photography and who takes great pride in it. He's attacking her at her core, insulting her. Miss LaViolette talked about those kind of insults, right? The "I guess they'll hire anybody" type of insults. Attack her right at the core. Even a 5-year-old could hold the camera. "You're stupid." And then he jumps out. And then he attacks. And then he holds her down. And she remembers that on a previous occasion when he held her down, he had choked her to the point where she lost consciousness. Now, granted, yeah, right, there's no diary entry. But you still have the right to believe or disbelieve what she says. But she remembered that time. And she thought it might go further this time because the instances of violence were becoming more frequent and more severe. She feared that it might go farther. This time was different. He was angry. He was angry in a different way. She talked about getting out from under there. And you or your fellow jurors who aren't here anymore, ask her some questions about this area here. The bathroom. Where everything was. Where everything happened. Where was the camera? Where were other things? And Miss Arias walked you through various places where the camera was, where she remembered it to be. And she told you about the fear she felt. And again, I'm not going to read your self-defense instructions, but the fear she felt at that time and the reasonableness of the action she took are to be assessed from her as a prior victim of domestic violence. Sexual assault, take your pick. She tells you that after she gets out from underneath him, she runs through the closet. She tells you that while in the closet, she remembers from her experience as a maid to Mr. Alexander, not wearing the French maid outfit, but cleaning for him, that he had owned a gun. She tells you, showing Exhibit 69, let's start with Exhibit 69. She says, "I grabbed the gun off the top shelf." And we learned from Detective Flores' measurements that if we believe the shelf to be the same as it was 5 years ago, that it's about 7 feet tall. And that's where she says she got the gun. Maybe it shows up a little better in Exhibit 70. She grabs the gun. She runs through the closet and grabs the gun. Now, you recall it wasn't that many days ago Detective Flores was on the stand saying that he didn't measure the height to any of these other shelves when he went back in there. Remember, he said that he put them in the identical position that they were on June 4th. And he measures them, and he measures the top, and he measures the ceiling, but he doesn't measure any of these shelves. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that the state is postulating to you is the idea that Miss Arias is lying because a closet right there that day, at that point in time on June 10th, 11th, 13th, when Mesa Police Department was processing the scene, that nothing's disturbed. Therefore, there's no way it could have happened the way she says it did. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, there's no real evidence to show that. We don't know if she could have stepped on the shelf, to the side, to one of the railings. We don't know. She testified as best she could remember, but we don't really know. But one thing we do know when we look at this closet is even though we don't know the height of all the shelves, one of the things we know, we see a lot of shirts there, right? And they're lower, and for Detective Flores, Miss Arias is about 5'5". You've seen her stand up, it's probably about accurate. This smart woman, if she was lying and making this up, boy, it would seem a lot smarter to just say, oh, the gun was at hand level. It was under one of those shirts. It was behind one of those pairs of shoes. It was somewhere where I grabbed it easily. But she didn't say that. Not only that, but we've seen evidence this crime scene is cleaned up. Could she have put a shelf that was dislodged back into place? Yeah, she could have done that too. It would just be super simple if Jodi Arias was lying about this to say the gun was somewhere else. There's bags there. There's all kinds of areas where she could say I grabbed the gun from. And as a matter of fact, if you look at Exhibit 69 and 70, she pretty much picked the most inconvenient location she could have, right? If this is a lie, she picked the most inconvenient location she could have, the very top in the corner. Okay. Now, Jodi Arias told you about how once she grabbed this gun, she ran out towards the bathroom. Drawing your attention back to Exhibit 249, we see how she was able to run through and run back out the other way. Two openings to this closet. She grabs the gun. She backs out, right? Per her story, she has the gun in her hand and she's running away. Travis Alexander is still charging. Now, there was some discrepancy. She told Miss LaViolette she shot him in the closet. Well, certainly there's no evidence to that, and there's no evidence that Jodi Arias even said that. Alice LaViolette said, oh, that was my mistake. Because I'm not as concerned about things that happened on June 4th. I'm there to... Okay. So Miss LaViolette tells you, well, I might have been mistaken, my notes were wrong, that sort of thing, right? There's no evidence that Jodi Arias says I shot him in the closet. But to say it again, build the house of cards, call it a lie, and knock it back down. Okay. So Miss Arias backs out of the closet, points the gun at Mr. Alexander, and shoots him as he's leaping towards her. Now recall the entrance and exit of the bullet wound, right? Dr. Horn, yesterday, or actually 2 days ago now, we had the long day. He was saying, oh, the bullet never penetrated the brain. And then he says, oh, I made a mistake on my report. That was a typographical error. That it really did. But we see the trajectory, this right from the left cheek to the right nostril, right? As he's diving. He says it couldn't have been the first wound because it would have immediately incapacitated him. But now here we go. The light of truth, right? Right here. Let's shine it right here. Because you heard during this trial, Detective Flores testified. Detective Flores testified at a hearing in this case in 2009. Said the gunshot was first. I talked to Dr. Horn after the autopsy, which happened in July, and he told me the gunshot was first. That's what he told me. Give me his opinion, his opinion, his opinion. Then he sat up there and told you, well, I wasn't given my opinion. Keep in mind, this other proceeding was sworn testimony. And we went back and forth about the importance of being accurate. I wasn't inaccurate. It was a misunderstanding. And Dr. Horn said, I didn't talk to him the next day. We know Detective Flores had testified that he did, right? That he wrote that in his report. So somebody's not telling the truth. Now, it perhaps is not fair to shine the spotlight completely on the detective when Dr. Horn should be sitting next to him so the spotlight can get them both. But somebody's not telling the truth there, right? And when the detective went through and relayed all these things about, the shot first and what happened next, again, shot first, and then Dr. Horn comes forward and says, no, the shot was last, he was already dead. It was never my opinion that it was shot first. I never would have said that. So again, somebody's not telling the truth here. But when you assess that, let's think about that from the standpoint of what happened. The chain of events. Because at a certain point in time, and you heard the doctors talk about that point in time, after 2009, there's at various points in 2010, Miss Arias tells what happened. She tells this story, and then lo and behold, all of a sudden what the detective testified to about Mr. Alexander being shot first, all of a sudden that's wrong. And there's no way that I said that. There's no way that this happened. Shine the spotlight, ladies and gentlemen. Lies. Somebody's lying here. And in this case, it isn't Jodi Arias. Okay. So she tells you he dives like a linebacker and takes her down. As the gun goes off, he falls on top of her. And he's on top of her. And he's been shot. And he says, fucking kill you, bitch. There's a threat there. Obviously, there was a threat there before because he's chasing her. She was in reasonable fear that he was going to end her life. It's part of the reality, ladies and gentlemen, of this day is that out of this scene, out of this picture, behind which many dirty little secrets were held, somebody was not going to make it out alive. It was either going to be Jodi or it was going to be Travis. Now, what Jodi told you after that is that after she remembers fucking kill you, bitch, is not very much, right? She tells you that she has lost her memory. She didn't have it, perhaps, but she doesn't remember. And Dr. Samuels talked to you about fright, and how the hippocampus doesn't necessarily process those memories. She may never had them in the first place. And we talked a lot about PTSD, and we don't have to go over that again. We know all the tests. We know the tests were consistent. And we know that trauma is trauma, whether it was a bear, lion, tiger, or this mysterious gopher that was introduced a couple days ago. Right? We know that. We know trauma is trauma. And we know that she was attacked by two intruders or by Mr. Alexander. There was trauma there. And let's face it, going back to lies and things of that nature while I'm thinking about it, Jodi Arias has been wanting to get Mr. Alexander. Like I said before, she would have just said, oh, he attacked me, he's a pedophile, he's terrible. But she came up with this silly lie about two intruders to try to avoid the reality, to try to avoid the airing in front of these cameras of everything that was at one time a dirty little secret. See, one thing this trial did is it ripped the lid off all these secrets. And if Jodi Arias, I would submit to you, wanted to rip that lid off, she could have done it when she sat down with Detective Flores on July 15th or July 16th. One of the things, though, about this memory loss, you had some questions about it, it was referred to as the fog, right? And that she didn't have memories of what happened there. She told you about a couple things, though, related to her memory. She said she had, and I think it was in response to one of your questions, she had some vague memories of being on her knees and dropping the knife and screaming. And that she had some memories of the knife going in the dishwasher, but she's not sure, did that happen on a previous occasion, or did that happen on June 4th? She wasn't sure. And you know, probably the argument you're going to hear, or that you have heard, is that this is just made up. That she remembers exactly what she did, and she's lying. She's feigning this memory loss. This memory loss was real. We went through the testimony. Dr. DeMarte tried to say lie every other word if she could about Jodi Arias. Said, oh, if she would have remembered, she knew what she was doing, that's why there was, she knew there was blood on her hands and killed him, that sort of thing, right? She knew. It's feigned. It's fake. She's lying about it. Well, the problem is, if she were lying, again, if she were lying about this stage of events, this smart woman, if she's lying about this stage of events, we saw the closet, we talked about that, wouldn't she actually make up a lie where she remembered? Where she said, he chased me down the hallway and he kept screaming, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, you're going to die. Say anything like that? No. Could she have made up a story where Travis Alexander grabbed the knife and said, I'm going to kill you? And then dropped it, or she knocked it out of his hand? She could have done that, right, if she was lying? She didn't. She didn't. And the proposition put forward that, oh, she had years to think about this, and this is what she came up with. And this fog is part of this, right? This fog is not made up because ultimately it is instead an inconvenient truth. It would be much more convenient for Miss Arias to tell you the sort of things that we just talked about. To paint this horrific scene, right? Of what he did. She didn't do that because she couldn't. She couldn't. Now, whether the memories were there and never moved into the portion of the brain that stores them, or whether trauma prevented them from being processed, we don't know for sure, obviously. But we know that this is indeed an inconvenient truth. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, they say, oh, this woman's smart, she's planned her lies, and she's planned this crime for weeks, and now by the time she's with Detective Flores, it's been months. And she comes up with, on the second day, she comes up with this lie about these intruders, that if you look at the evidence, it can't be proven, but it also can't be disproven. That'd be a pretty good lie, right, for one night. If you were lying and you had 2 years to think about it, like I said, I think you'd think of something better, right? You'd think of something better. And here's the reality of the situation, ladies and gentlemen. The one thing that is clear. This scenario of Jodi Arias being forced into doing something, forced into defending her life, between what we see in Exhibit 159 and what we see in Exhibit 162, is a much more plausible scenario than premeditation. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this happened, and this shows, we talked about how premeditation doesn't make any sense. The pictures of him with his hands against the wall and his eyes turned away from this area. We talked about how premeditation doesn't make any sense. This, ladies and gentlemen, the theory of self-defense, is one that is so much more plausible because it happened like that. something happened. We have to face the reality, as much as the state doesn't want you to believe it, that something happened in this moment in time. These few minutes between 5:29:20 and 5:32:16. Something happened at that moment in time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will
Take the noon recess. I would like to take 1 hour today rather than an hour and a half. Does anyone need more than an hour for lunch? If so, please raise your hand. 1 hour, we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Please remember the admonition.
Please stand for the jury.
We are in recess. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nerman, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This morning we talked about how the premeditation theory doesn't make any sense. We talked about Ms. Arias' description of self-defense. We talked about how something could have happened in that moment in time. Now, your jury instructions do not limit you to one of those two outcomes. You're the finder of fact. You determine what happened. What happened between those two photographs I showed you this morning. What happened? In that regard, you have more options than merely first-degree murder. Page 8 of your jury instructions talk about the crime of second-degree murder. When someone intentionally caused the death of another person, the defendant caused the death of another person by conduct which knew would cause death or serious physical injury, or under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, the defendant recklessly engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death. The risk must be such that disregarding it was a gross deviation from what a reasonable person in the defendant's situation would have done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the more crucial parts of this jury instruction comes in the next paragraph. The difference between first-degree murder and second-degree murder is that second-degree murder does not require premeditation by the defendant. If you determine that the defendant is guilty of either first-degree murder or second-degree murder, and you have reasonable doubt as to which, you must find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder. Those are your instructions, as it was pointed out to you yesterday, not optional. The instructions you must follow. Going down farther on page 9, we have a manslaughter. Sudden quarrel or heat of passion. That could also sound very familiar to what we've seen throughout the course of this trial, right? If and only if you find the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must then consider whether the homicide was committed upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion resulting from adequate provocation from the victim. Adequate provocation means circumstances that deprive a reasonable person of self-control. And it does say, words alone are not adequate provocation to justify reducing an intentional killing to manslaughter. There couldn't have been a cooling off period for which, in this case, Miss Arias could have regained control. If, after finding the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you also unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt that the homicide was not committed upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion resulting from adequate provocation, then you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder. But if you find the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must also unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt that the homicide was committed upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion with adequate provocation. You don't find Miss Arias guilty of second-degree murder, but of manslaughter. And it says, finally, if you determine the defendant is guilty of either second-degree murder or manslaughter, but you have reasonable doubt as to which it was, you must find the defendant guilty of manslaughter. So, ladies and gentlemen, as these instructions show you, your job is not limited to these two choices that we talked about this morning. And in that regard, let's be honest. There is no doubt about the fact that each party, the state, promoting their agenda, or promoting the theory of first-degree murder, there is an agenda behind that. There's a motivation behind that. They want you to convict Jodi Arias of first-degree murder. Miss Arias, too, there's no doubt about it. The state talked about it yesterday. There's no doubt about it. She's facing first-degree murder charges. There's no doubt about the fact that she would have every incentive to lie, right? No doubt about it. It is your job to determine, and we talked about the evidence of self-defense, whether that evidence, the objective evidence you've heard, fits that story. And whether you believe her, you still have the right to believe her. But there is another voice. Another voice which has no agenda. The voice of reason. See, ladies and gentlemen, you are not required to check your common sense at the door. As a matter of fact, you are supposed to take it back to the jury room and to your deliberations, your experiences and your common sense, to help you as a finder of fact to determine what happened between the photograph Jodi Arias was taking of Mr. Alexander sitting in the shower and the moment in time when his body was being dragged across the bathroom floor. In that regard, before we talk about some of those things and those objective indicators, we're going to look at crime scene photographs. We're going to look at evidence for which there is no dispute. That these items also tell a tale. But let's not forget that even the voice of reason, even your common sense, even these objective indicators will tell you that this is still a tale of fear, a tale of love, a tale of sex, a tale of lies, and a tale of dirty little secrets. What we need to do when we talk about this objective evidence, analyze, we need to take, stock, I guess, if you will, of all the things, we have these two pictures. Travis in the shower and his body being dragged across the bathroom floor. But outside of those two pictures, and even outside of the pictures on June 4th, we have the context of this entire relationship, don't we? you know, one of you or your fellow jury members who weren't or who may not be here, there was a question posed a couple of times. I think once to Miss LaViolette and once to Jodi herself. And the question was something to the effect, and it was worded differently both times, but did Jodi and Travis have a love-hate relationship? That was the question. And I think it's a fair one.
Objection. Argument. Person leave.
Sustained. Rephrase.
The question is a fair one. But it seems that, well, there have certainly been elements of love, right? We've seen elements of love in this relationship. We saw both Jodi and Travis on New Year's Day express how much they loved each other. We heard elements of love. We read them in the text messages. We saw them in Jodi's journal. I love Travis Alexander. And we saw expressions of love from Travis Alexander, text messages. Did he love Jodi? He told her she did. But he definitely loved having sex with her. We know that. Is there elements of hate? Maybe. See, maybe Jodi hated herself for some of the boundaries she crossed, even though she said she enjoyed it and participated in it. Maybe she hated herself for crossing some of those boundaries. And maybe Travis Alexander hated himself for crossing some of those boundaries too. Hated the fact that he wanted to keep having sex with Jodi Arias. Maybe so. But whether this relationship was one of love and hate, the love-hate relationship that your question posed, there can be no doubt about the fact that this relationship was one of chaos. Apart from all these other factors that we've been talking about, these experiences of human existence, we know that this relationship was one of chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, what I want to begin this afternoon by doing is reminding you of some of the chaos that we've seen throughout the course of this trial that demonstrates that this idea of premeditation, self-defense, but there could be something else. I want to play for you what's been marked as Exhibit 508. This is a portion of the phone call. You saw and heard this before. This is a portion of the phone call that Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias had on May 10th. And listen, if you will, ladies and gentlemen, for the chaos.
The way you know me, it sounds like you're this 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. It's so hot.
It sounds like what?
A 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. I jack off every day, sometimes 2-3 times a day.
Are you serious?
There's been many times when you've been like miserable and I've like raped you. You cannot say I don't work that booty.
Oh, never mind. You do know how to work the booty.
Yeah, we've had 2 and 3 hour sessions many times.
Yeah.
I think 3.5 like our tops or something.
You remember that time I came to visit you when I was still living in California? And I fell asleep on your chair next to your bed? And you just like woke me up by pulling my pants off and totally licking my pussy.
Yeah. You gotta admit though, like there's not many guys that would do that just for fun. I'm gonna tie you to a tree and put it in your ass, by the way.
What's that?
I'm gonna tie you to a tree and put it in your ass. I'm going to zip tie your arms around the tree, blindfold you, and put the camera on a timer while I'm parking you. Just think of how I pounded you with a full 6-year-old pop until it was nothing. I didn't like the pop rock as much as I liked the 6-year-old pop though. Like you ride my freaking face, go horse.
Ew. Yeah.
You get some 69 pics too.
69 pics?
I'm gonna get some great shots of freaking putting it in here. Like the actual putting it in you and like your reaction and just the angles and the whole bit. Seriously, honey, I want to course you right now for that. Because I'm touching yourself. I can't wait to get pictures of jizzle on your face. I'll try to get one ad while I'm traveling on your face. I want to give you a cream pie, too.
What's that? What's a cream pie?
I'm going to blow my wad, right? Just like a quarter inch inside your pussy. I mean, it's going to be like legitimate porn.
Yeah.
In every sense, you know what I mean? Everything about, like, the details of your body are so hot. Like those big, freaking nipples. I keep coming in and out. From my dick and every orifice of your body. Because I want to get, like, some, like, park ranger type outfit for me to wear. Oh, honey, the pictures I'm going to take are so hot. If one of them's going to be me laying on my back, cock hard, you know, sticking straight out. But we'll take some video too. Oh, yeah, it's huge. I just did like 15 pumps. So it's just surprising because, you know, I drank it this morning. Seriously, I could, if I was in a sperm bank, I could have retired off this load.
Those were the words of Mr. Alexander. How do they demonstrate chaos? They demonstrate chaos in the context of this entire relationship, don't they? This was from May 10th. May 10th, 2008. A few weeks before the killing, a few days before, about 9 days before, he tells Reagan Housley how he's afraid of Jodi Arias. Several days later, after this, well, the 26th, he's calling her a whore, a slut, and a three-whore wonder. You've seen these text messages. We've gone over numerous text messages, right? On one day, text message could be sent, Jodi was the most beautiful woman in the world. Next day, she could be a horrible bitch. There's text messages reference to Spider-Man underwear. Text messages sexual in nature, text messages loving in nature. Chaos. Unhealthy relationship, right? From both parties. There's no doubt about that. Chaos. An emotional turmoil, if you will, that perhaps both individuals were feeling on their own and bringing it into this relationship, into this caustic relationship. I mean, let's think about it, ladies and gentlemen. We have this relationship that after a few months of going out, we saw what has been marked Exhibit 438. A letter that Jodi Arias was motivated, we'll say, to send by Travis Alexander, telling this same Mr. Abduhadi, who's asked Travis was going to kick in the bathroom, that they could no longer be friends or do the things that friends do or do the occasional hug because it would make Travis feel uncomfortable. Chaos. We have on April 7th, 2008, about a month before this phone sex recording, right? Jodi is telling an effing lie and this BS story, and no matter how bad the truth is, I promise the punishment will be better than the lie. Certainly, as Dr. DeMarte would say, not a healthy communication pattern. We also saw these text messages without going through every single one. Don't ever contact me again, right? We heard messages like that from Travis Alexander. And there was always still contact, right? They always kept going back towards each other. No matter what time or space kept them apart, they always kept going back towards each other. There's no doubt about that. It happened all the way up to June 4th. Now keep in mind too, this time period, this April-May time period, we heard from Mimi Hall, right? And Mimi Hall was hearing stories of Jodi being a stalker, right? Again, doesn't make any sense given what was going on. But again, it was this relationship of chaos. And look, let's face facts. This voice of reason, common sense. Travis wanted to maintain this image of a virginal Mormon man, right? There doesn't seem to be much doubt about that. Deanna Reed told us that. And he's dating these proper Mormon girls, isn't he? Lisa Andrus, Mimi Hall. They're not interested in a sexual relationship with Travis Alexander. But Jodi Arias was there, right? Jodi Arias was there for him. And we know also, speaking of Lisa Andrews, Lisa Diodone now when she came to testify for you, but then Lisa Andrews, he was dating her. She was the good Mormon girl, right? When he was going to the Balloon Fest, when he was doing all these different things. And Jodi was the dirty little secret on the side. A relationship of chaos. She was great to have around for Mr. Alexander for the sexual purposes. But she wasn't acceptable to his friends, and she might not have been acceptable to his church. So date the Mormon girls. You don't have to have sex with them. You don't have to abuse them. You don't have to push their limits. Even though it seems, based on her own email and her own commentary, that he did push the limits to some degree with Lisa Andrews. She wrote him that email. Don't want you to touch my butt in public to mark your territory. I don't, you talk about sex way too much. You'll have your time. You'll have your chance. Little did she know he already had that, right? With Deanna Reed. But that was the reality of what was going on here throughout the course of this relationship. In the time period that he's dating these other girls, flirting with other girls, Jodi, per his dictate, has to write Abe a letter and say, no, we can't be friends anymore because it might upset Travis. That's what was going on in this relationship, right? On May 2nd, 2008, Travis Alexander sends Miss Arias Exhibit 391. Travis Alexander says, this photo shoot is going to be one of the best experiences of your life or mine. He hasn't stopped thinking about the pics he's going to take. The progressiveness of it, from the very clean to the very dirty and everything in between. It will tell quite a story and be a lot of fun, and not a day has gone by that I haven't dreamt about driving my shaft long and hard into you. Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, although this is before the message to Reagan Housley about being afraid of Jodi. This is also around the same time period when he's dating Mimi and saying, I have a stalker. Well, you know, it's funny too, because the state, well, you know, the state says this is true, she's stalking him. But again, would you send your stalker a message like this about, when I'm all by my lonesome, I have no desire to think of anyone else in my scandalous fantasies? Is that a way to tell someone to back off? I don't want to be in a relationship with you? No, doesn't sound like it to me. Nothing, from my own experience, nothing is even enjoyable compared to you. That's what we talked about love. Hey, right, he loves having sex with Jodi Arias, at the very least. Because of that, I spent a lot more time getting myself off. Calls her the ultimate slut in bed. How he wants to send one down her throat. He wants her to ride his face. He says you'll feel like you've been raped, you will have enjoyed every delightful moment of it. This is someone he's supposedly afraid of, or so the theory goes, right? Someone he wants nothing to do with. Someone in other text messages he calls evil. Someone in other text messages he calls soulless. Of course, we know he did that to other people as well. But he says, he calls her a corrupted carcass, right? But it doesn't seem to stop him from having sex with her. One day, you know, he wants to have sex with her and says all these graphic things. Another, you're evil. Well, then maybe, you know, she's a stalker. No, I need her over here for sex. That's the reality of what common sense tells us what was going on in this relationship. All these things were happening in this time span of May 2008. When this supposed plan was being formulated, these text messages were being exchanged, these phone calls were being exchanged, and this stalker-like behavior was being exchanged. Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 164. Talking about this photo shoot. Does that look like that was the best experience of Jodi Arias' life? Now, ladies and gentlemen, going back to this idea of a voice of reason and objective evidence. You've heard lots of. And the saying goes, the picture says 1,000 words, right? And we have plenty of pictures of the crime scene. And you've heard a lot of testimony about the work that Mesa Police Department did at the crime scene. What was weeks ago now, in January I think, I had a woman from the Mesa Crime Lab, a crime scene tech, come up. Remember, she had the laundry. There was laundry and the camera was found in the washing machine. And she showed you all this laundry, all the items that were in there, right? And showing you Exhibit 17, there were these socks and there was this towel. And the assumption was that this towel was bleached and that all these items were bleached. Dumped in there, then this was a blood-soaked towel with bleach. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have your common sense. You have the voice of reason. There are other items sitting here in Exhibit 17 that don't seem to have succumbed to this bleach. Exhibit 28. Other items found in the washing machine. Not stained with bleach. Exhibit number 27. Items not stained with bleach. What that suggests, what I would say that should suggest to you, is the idea that there was no bleach in this load of laundry. There was no effort, if you will, to submerge this camera in water and bleach. And you know, we go back, things come up, and I had to go back to this idea of premeditation as it relates to the camera. The camera was found in there too, remember? Why would somebody who's experienced with digital cameras, who has planned this murder out for weeks, for a week and a half, I guess, why would she then not take the camera with her after she has all these crime scene photos she knows she's taken there? Why would she stand there? She's planned this out, right? She's smart. Why would she delete some photographs and throw it in the washing machine? That doesn't make any sense. And this idea that there was bleach in the washing machine doesn't make any sense either. And these pictures, what we just saw about the laundry or the items in the washing machine, are things that cannot be changed. They're subject to your interpretation, I guess, but they are what they are. These were the photographs taken by the Mesa Police Department. What else do we know about this crime scene that tells us a little more about what happened, what could have happened? Exhibit number 63. We see Travis Alexander's bedroom, and we see what I believe is a chair and a half there with some pillows. Now, one of the things that's postulated to you yesterday was the idea that Miss Arias is lying about being tied to the bed. Again, House of Cards, knock it down. Lying to you about being tied to this bed because it was a sleigh bed and there's no way you can do that. Miss Arias talked to you about how the rope went through the back of the bed, and it really wasn't a severe restraint but more a prop that she could get out of. And they say, no, there's no way that could have happened, but of course it could have. There's no laws of physics or logistics that would prevent someone from being, at least as a prop, tied to the bed in the way Miss Arias described it, right? With both her wrists out, the rope behind the headboard, and tied there. Now, the other issue that comes up as it relates to this objective evidence is the idea of a rope. The argument by the state is there's no rope. Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 56. What do we see there, ladies and gentlemen? Piece of rope. Now, when Detective Flores was questioned about this, the theory was put forward through the questioning anyway. Well, gee whiz, there's a bunch of fringe on those pillows. That must be where that came from. It looks pretty similar. Must be fringe from the pillows. When I spoke with Detective Flores, he was forced to admit, did those pillows, I asked him something to the effect of, were those pillows disheveled? Or they look organized there? And he was forced to admit they looked organized. And you, as jurors, as finder of fact, ultimately can make that decision. But ladies and gentlemen, this theory that this rope was from these pillows doesn't really make any sense either, does it? Looking at Exhibit 268. Here's a better picture of the rope, more close up. Does that make any sense whatsoever as to how a piece of fringe from these pillows that were not disturbed wound up on the staircase? Doesn't make any sense. One of the things, talking about memory loss and inconvenient memories. Jodi Arias doesn't have a memory of the rope. Wasn't there. But here we see, through evidence, again, for which there is no agenda behind it, but a crime scene technician taking this picture, that there's a rope. Piece of rope. Could it be that Jodi Arias carried this rope out? Could that be? Well, what else does the crime scene show us? For which there can be no dispute in terms of what happened. Drawing your attention to Exhibit 130. We have the blood. The blood at the end of the hallway. Dr. Horn agreed yesterday that that is where the throat was slit. Makes sense, right? The greatest amount of blood loss, presumably what can be presumed as footprints. That's where his throat was slit. Exhibit 128 shows you a slightly different angle, but it does show you kind of where the blood ends, where the pattern is, how far into the room it goes. The state postulated for Jodi's theory to be correct, there'd have to be blood all the way into the bedroom. But that doesn't make any sense. This, unfortunately, is where it ended. We've heard much about the bullet casing. Exhibit 111. This idea that the shot had to be last because the bullet casing was in blood. Therefore, the stab had to be first, there had to be blood, there's no other way for this bullet casing to wind up here. But ladies and gentlemen, does that make any sense? What I said earlier, and what I think is true from this crime scene, and we're not going to go over every single photograph, but what I said about this crime scene is it is one of chaos as well, isn't it? It shows passion, it shows anger, it shows rage, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. But things were being moved around, kicked around, and there was a fight. No matter how you try to spin anything that happened here, there was a fight, and as the state called it, a struggle. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. And yeah, at some point it was a fight for life. On both Jodi's part and Travis's part. Now the state, during their case in chief, showed you Exhibit 118. That Jodi knew what she was doing, planned all this out because she engaged in some massive cleanup of higher functioning. Right? That she was functioning and thinking and acting on a higher level. What's the reality? She threw some water down with a cup in a panic. Does this look like a cleanup of some cold calculation? Or rather, instead, a reaction? A what the hell happened reaction to what happened? To the experience, the fight she was just in. This does not look like some orchestrated cleanup. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the state had shown you photographs of Mr. Alexander in the shower. We talked about that. Exhibit 159. The photograph that followed of his buttocks and his legs. And it said to you, based on the timing of the photograph of his buttocks and legs, that things could not have happened the way Jodi Arias says they happened, that they were part of a pre-plan, because it only took 62 seconds, right? That's what we heard in Exhibit 162. The theory is, by the state, that Miss Arias had the weapons she needed to cause Mr. Alexander's death with her, and that she caused it at this point in time. But the picture tells a different story. Dr. Horn was forced to admit on the stand that if someone had their neck slit at this point in time, couldn't keep their head up. Couldn't keep their head up. Well, what do we see in this photograph? It's harder to see on the screen, but we see Mr. Alexander with his head up. And you'll be able to take this back with you. But you can see Mr. Alexander with his head up and his arm up. And we certainly see blood coming from the side. There's no doubt about it. But not a ton. Not the kind of blood you would see had his neck been slit. Not that kind of blood. We actually see that kind of blood in Exhibit 163. Travis Alexander, that's his shoulder. And it is very difficult to see through this projection. And you will have the chance, the opportunity to take a look at this when you deliberate. There's a lot of blood there, ladies and gentlemen. And we know it's not in the bathroom because we can see there's no bathroom counter, there's no light. Of course, keep in mind as well, we don't see a lot of blood splattered around here either. Not at this point. But also keep a look in mind here of this photograph. 5:33 and 32 seconds. Presumably, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, the voice of reason and common sense tells us, going back to Exhibit 249, tells us that Mr. Alexander was being drugged back down the hallway. The end of the hallway is depicted by number 45 on this diagram. And of course we know that Mr. Alexander was ultimately found in the shower. There was carpet in the bedroom. We saw that a moment ago. So when Travis is in this position, presumably what we see here is Jodi dragging him back down the hallway towards the shower. The state also says something else in terms of the gunshot, right? That after he's drugged back down the hallway, that Jodi Arias shoots him. This gun she stole him to kill him. She decides to use it and shoot him, right? Now, there hasn't been any theory specifically postulated as to how that could have happened, right? Not any one theory. We know, though, that the bullet supposedly went through the head, in one side and down the other, right? Towards the nasal cavity. So how does this happen, ladies and gentlemen? I don't know if you've given pause to thought to that, but how does this happen? She's dragging this body back. That's pretty obvious. So, in theory then, when she's dragging this heavy body back, are we to believe that Jodi Arias then stood with Travis down below her and shot him in the head, risking shooting herself? To what end? To what end? Did she prop him up against one of the walls? Drag him, prop him up against a wall, and then walk over and shoot him in this manner? Doesn't seem to make any sense, does it? Did she shoot him in the head when she was in the shower? Well, that doesn't make any sense because he was slumped completely on the ground. She would have had to reach way over and shoot him, right, in the shower. And that doesn't make any sense either, right? It just, this idea that after this, Jodi shot Travis after he was dead doesn't make any sense. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what does make sense? I would submit to you, as I submitted to you before this morning, that certainly Jodi Arias' theory, or I should say, the explanation that Jodi Arias offers makes more sense, because it does involve a moment in time. And keep in mind, I think I misspoke a little bit this morning. We talked about this moment in time when he's down. She's left-handed, right? She would have had to go down there with her left hand and stab him. Presumably she would have used her left hand, go down there and stab him, and that's the moment in time the state thinks that premeditation met reality, right? Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Here's the ultimate question that we asked you at the very beginning when Miss Wilmot sat beside you on January 2nd. What happened between here and here? It's also about what happened between this photograph, 162, and photograph 163. What happened? Okay. So we know at one point in time, and let me say this. This is to say, if you do not believe Jodi Arias' self-defense claim, you believe the state's refuted it just by creating a house of cards and knocking it down, what could have happened? We see the shower, 62 and 65, the arrow points towards the shower, where Mr. Alexander's body was found. We know that ultimately that was the final resting place. We know that the theory that there was a shot, or excuse me, a stabbing first makes no sense. Because look at Exhibit 98, if you will. The sink. You have the sink with all this blood splatter. The state's theory is that Mr. Alexander, after being stabbed, walked over to the sink with this massive wound in his chest and stood there. Now, presumably for the blood to hit this sink and not the mirror, not somewhere else, and as we saw Mr. Martinez do yesterday, you know, we have a palm print there. He's leaning forward, right? He's leaning forward. He has a hand on the sink. And that is where the state theorizes that Jodi Arias then, after stabbing him in the chest, for some reason, backs up. Because he's down. He's got this chest wound, right? This is a fatal wound. He has it. And he's sitting in the shower when he has it. That somehow he gets up, gets past Miss Arias, who's got the knife in her hand, keep in mind still, And that once he gets past Miss Arias and he stumbles to the counter, he's standing there, bleeding out his chest, and splattering all this blood. And that based on what the state told us yesterday, Miss Arias then comes behind Mr. Alexander to stab him in the back. We showed you the photographs of Mr. Alexander's autopsy and this cluster of 9 wounds. But keep in mind the testimony of Dr. Horn the first time. These 9 wounds were all real shallow wounds. Now, under the state's theory, they claim that Jodi Arias leaned down, grabbed the knife, and stuck it into Mr. Alexander in an awkward backhand position and was able to penetrate his chest and damage his heart and go deep wound, right? But when she's standing up with her full force and Mr. Alexander is standing over there, that all she could succeed in doing is making these very shallow wounds. All her strength, right? She's standing up. Yet she can't make the kind of damage she did that he supposedly did when he's sitting in the shower. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Keep in mind as well, the theory goes that she was out to slit his throat. Well, there he is, right? Bent over the counter, bleeding out his chest, according to the state. Jodi has this knife still in her hand. Why wouldn't she just come behind him and cut him? Instead, we have these not superficial, but we have these shallow stab wounds. Why would she do that? It doesn't make any sense. The other thing is, it doesn't make any sense, again, going back to the gun. She has this gun, right? She has stabbed this guy. Somehow he has gotten past her, and he's standing at the sink. Again, it makes very little sense how he could get up with this wound, get past her, and get to the sink. But under the state's theory, that's what she does. That's what he does, right? Well, Jodi Arias, if you believe the state, had a gun at the ready. Did she shoot him there when he was standing over this sink? Did he drop right there? No. We know that from the crime scene photographs. We know that at a particular point in time that he walked down the hallway and you saw all the blood and all the chaos going down that hallway and all throughout the bathroom. And we saw yesterday the blood smear on the hall. There's no doubt about the fact that, yeah, Mr. Alexander fell at that point in time, fell somewhere near the end of the hallway in that bedroom. But how did he get there? If the state's theory is correct, he never would have gotten there. If the state's theory is correct, he never would have gotten there. Because Jodi Arias had the implements of Travis's destruction, and evidently, based on this theory, she didn't use them. none of what the state has said to you as it relates to what happened that day, apart from a few very specific things, makes sense. Dr. Horn may have been right the first time before he or Detective Flores changed his story about the shot being first, but of course the self-defense claim caused them to alter that. I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that you also have to consider the possibility, as you do in your manslaughter instruction, that some point after this photograph, something happened. Something obviously happened, right? Maybe that's silly of me to say, but something happened. The question is what? What? The chances for premeditation have gone by the wayside, at least from the pictures we saw this morning. I would submit to you that, in fact, Jodi Arias did drop the camera. We have evidence of a picture of the ceiling. Did drop the camera. That Travis Alexander did berate her for dropping his camera. The camera he was going to take to Cancun. And while we're thinking of Cancun, we didn't hear it from the state yesterday, but this idea about Cancun and how jealous Jodi would be, right? They talked about, listen to the recording on May 10th, they talked about all these trips they were going to take, all these things. And she told you she knew someone else was going. This wasn't a matter of jealousy. Not on her part anyway. But I would submit to you that she did drop the camera. That Travis Alexander did fly into a rage. The kind of rage and kind of anger you've seen in the text messages and in the recordings. That he did threaten her and make her feel as if her life was in jeopardy. Because remember, her perspective on this is that of a battered woman. But ladies and gentlemen, there's no doubt about the fact. One of the things Alice Violette said was that sometimes when a battered woman is attacked and they're defending their life, they don't know when to stop. Travis Alexander's body was stabbed 27 times. It may be that Jodi Arias didn't know when to stop. It could also be, without any agenda, looking at it objectively, couldn't it also be that after everything they went through in that relationship, that she threw him down again, that she did grab for the gun to defend herself, that after that she simply snapped. She may not know it, but she may very well have snapped. Out of control, sudden heat of passion. We have been through so much, and look what happened now. This instance of violence went too far. She could have snapped. Snapping, sudden heat of passion, could account for much of what you see throughout the various pictures that were taken in Exhibit 249. The chaos, the blood everywhere, the shallow stab wounds, the slit to the throat, the running down the hall. All of it in some ways a sad, symbolic ending to a toxic relationship. All of it. It was a fight. But Jodi Arias might very well have lost control. She might very well have come in and succeeded or gave in to to a sudden quarrel and heat of passion after Travis Alexander threw her down. Enough was enough. And no doubt for a minute, those things are there. Those text messages, everything else. This chaos, this relationship, the fear, the love, the sex, the lies, and the dirty little secrets. And throw her on the ground again. And go in a situation where she has to point a gun at him. And him diving towards her. Ladies and gentlemen, again, with no agenda behind it, not Miss Arias' voice, not the state's voice, is that the most logical explanation for what happened? You have to consider that, ladies and gentlemen. It's in your jury instructions, and that's one of the things that you decide. What happened? That ultimate question, we've seen those two pictures over and over again. What happened in that moment in time? A relationship of chaos that ended in chaos as well. There is nothing about what happened on June 4th in that bathroom that looks planned. Nothing. You bring a gun, and instead you stab. You have his back to you with a gun and a knife, and you don't do anything. If it was planned, wouldn't you? As we talked about this morning. This idea about something happening. Something did happen in this moment of time. And the point of this, I think, is what this evidence shows you, is that either what happened is that Jodi Arias defended herself and didn't know when to stop, or she gave in to a sudden heat of passion from a fight that began up in that bathroom. And that what she did under that sudden heat of passion. Demonstrative of that is this idea she doesn't remember any of it. So what I'm saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, is ultimately, if Miss Arias is guilty of any crime at all, it is the crime of manslaughter and nothing more.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Please be back in the designated area in approximately 10 minutes. Remember the admonition, you are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
We are at recess. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez.
When the law is on your side, you argue the law. When the facts are on your side, you argue the facts. But when nothing is on your side. You just argued, and that's what you had. Specifically, there was some mention, perhaps, of somebody's haircut. Does anybody care about Mr. Nermi's haircut? Was that any part of the evidence that you should consider? There was also some talk about sexual orientation. Whose sexual orientation are we talking about? And did that present itself from the witness stand? Because remember, you are told that your duty is to follow what's in the jury instructions, and the jury instructions don't indicate that you consider anything other than the exhibits and the testimony that came through from that witness stand. So what you heard with regard to those two issues was perhaps just argument. And it was argument that was geared to somehow stir some sympathy in you. The other issue, for example, that you heard that was just argument was with regard to Exhibit 160. This involved Mr. Alexander, and there was talk about the fact that how could she have possibly stabbed him in that fashion if she was standing up? Well, according to her own testimony, she was crouched down at the time that this photograph was taken. And that's why the camera didn't have to go very far. The other issue that he indicated was, how could she possibly do it with her left hand? I mean, and how clumsy it would be. Has somebody forgotten, or has everybody forgotten that she indicated that she's ambidextrous when she was asked by the prosecutor as to whether or not she could write with her left or right hand? She indicated, I'm ambidextrous. So perhaps those are the things that should be remembered when arguments are being made. The third issue that was brought up was, well, it involved the alleged pedophilia. If she really wanted to cause him some damage, she really wanted to cause Mr. Alexander some damage, why didn't she go to the media about it before this took place, if she really was going to do something like that? Well, if you remember the testimony, in August of 2011, there was a hearing involving an issue with regard to the pedophilia. And at that time, there were some magazines. And one of those magazines was the Photo Pro magazine, which is on my way approach.
You may continue.
Maybe to do some next argument, you'll forget about Exhibit 465, which is the Photo Pro magazine. Remember, she's such an avid person who knows all about cameras, an individual who's very interested in that. And in anticipation of that hearing, well, with regard to Exhibit 468, which is in evidence, you can find it in the magazine on page 6, and we'll look at it if need be. She wrote the name of Mark Stanek, who is with ABC News. And there's a number there. Do you think that she was writing him just to exchange greetings in anticipation of that hearing? Is that what you think was going on?
Objection, it states the evidence.
Overruled.
Do you really think that's what she was doing? Do you think that they had a personal relationship? Do you think that Mr. Stanek is not busy with other issues? No. She contacted him in anticipation of that hearing because she wanted...
And this states the evidence. Can we approach?
I'll sustain that objection.
This defendant contacted him for a reason.
Objection, arguing facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
You do
Move
see...
to strike, Your Honor.
The jury will disregard.
You do see his name there, don't you? And you do see a number there. And additionally, with regard to those coded messages, with regard to trying to spread this and whether or not they were true. One of the things that the defendant indicated, defense counsel indicated, well, these were true. They were absolutely true, and there's nothing out there that indicates that they were not true. But if you take a look at Exhibit 469 with regard to these allegations, and this comes from an individual who was so absolutely upset with Mr. Alexander when he used the word fuck, according to her. Well, in that magazine, page 43, this is starting...
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Page 43, she writes, you fucked up. What you told my...
This states the evidence, Your Honor.
Sustained. No, sustained.
You sustained it? Or...
Approach.
With regard to these magazines, you will remember that the testimony with regard to these magazines, they were taken from the defendant. They were in her possession. They were Exhibit 465. Shows that they were her magazines. They have her name on there, her address on there, and she was in possession of them. And she was in possession of them shortly before this hearing involving an aspect of this pedophilia allegation. And this defendant, at some point when she was having a visitor by the name of Ann Campbell, if you remember, during cross-examination, had these two magazines, this one and the Star magazine. And one of the guards, or one of the detention officers, was walking her down the hallway. And as she was walking her down the hallway, the defendant indicated to her, and this was shortly before this hearing involving an aspect of this pedophilia, indicated to this detention officer, or requested from this detention officer, that she be allowed to give this magazine, which is the Photo Pro magazine, exhibit number 465, along with exhibit number 466, which is the Star magazine, to her friend Ann Campbell. And after these magazines were reviewed by the Sheriff's Office personnel, and after they were put together, this is the message in exhibit 469 that could be gleaned. And it was, you fucked up. What you told my attorney next day
Object, this is still beyond the scope.
directly contradicts what I've been saying for over a year. Get down here ASAP and see me before you talk to them again and before you testify so that we can fix this. Interview was excellent, must talk ASAP. And if there's more writing to be looked at, you can take a look at the January 24, 2008 entry of her journal in which she indicates that nothing noteworthy has happened when it refers to the pedophilia allegation. So yes, she was very much engaged or using this pedophilia allegation. The other issue that was raised was, well, with regard to the can of gasoline that was purchased at the Walmart in Salinas, California. One of the things that was advanced to you as part of their argument, because it is just argument, was that she did purchase this 5-gallon can of gasoline, but that she returned it. If you remember on cross-examination, one of the questions that was asked of the defendant, did you return it to that same Walmart in Salinas? And her answer was yes.
Objection, this characterizes testimony.
Overruled, the jury is directed to recall the evidence.
Immediately after that, the prosecutor asked her, would it surprise you if I told you that they had no record of that gas ever being returned to that Walmart? And her answer was, yes, it would surprise me because they gave me a refund in cash.
Objection, this characterizes testimony.
Overruled again, the jury is directed to recall the testimony.
So she knew, or she told you specifically, that it was that same Walmart that where she purchased the gas can that she actually returned it. Additionally, if you take a look at the Walmart receipt, exhibit number 237.008, there's no markings on it. There is no indications whatsoever that it was ever touched by a Walmart employee. There's no indication that, for whatever reason, maybe the heavens created the one and only exception for her, that the employee would not put a notation on there that there had been a refund. That absolutely would not have happened. But they want you to believe that, because the only way that her story makes sense, the only way that there is no premeditation in this case, the only way that they can get you to believe that perhaps it's a second degree or manslaughter or believe the self-defense is that if somehow you say to yourself, that's okay. She can lie to us about this gas can all she wants. But even though she looked us right in the face and lied to us about this gas can, we're going to disregard that lie. Because we've gone to the Alice Laviolette School where there are certain things that are called white lies. Perhaps it's because it's on a white receipt that this is a white lie. Perhaps because it's one of 5 of those items there, that somehow it's a small percentage of a lie. But a lie is a lie, and she looked right at you in the face in response to one of your questions and told you that. And you also know that she did not return this gas can for refund by looking at the receipts from the ARCO in Pasadena, California. There is exhibit 237.001, a purchase for 8.301 gallons. That's for her car. You then have another purchase here, 237.012. That is 9.594 gallons. That's the 2 5-gallon cans.
Objection, arguing facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Then you have 237.013, the one that was a little hard to see. And this one, you can tell, 2.27 gallons. That certainly will fit in a 5-gallon can. And if you have trouble believing that, you will remember the testimony of Chelsea Young, who indicated that in Salt Lake City there were 3 different purchases of gas. One for 5.09 gallons, which was done at the pump. There was also another purchase for approximately a little bit under 10 gallons, which would represent the 2 other 5-gallon cans. And then there was another purchase for gasoline, the one for her car, mimicking or almost the same as the gas purchases in Pasadena. And if the purpose was to save money, which is what's been alleged, then why buy gas in Southern California? Why not buy gas there in Pasadena and then buy some gas in Arizona if that's where she was coming from? Because they argued to you, and it was all argument, that, well, every part of her trip was documented. And she was stopping at the bank. She was stopping at the store, and if she wanted to, she could have thrown away the receipt. Yes, every part of her trip was documented, except the part where she came to Arizona. That one was not documented. Everything having to do with Arizona was erased. The telephone, well, you know, they told you she's not the first person to have her battery run low. Well, she's the first person we know that killed someone, and when that battery seemed to have just run low exactly when she came into Arizona, right outside of Pasadena. And this charger that she claims to have lost, all of a sudden she found that charger. The other things that we know is there are no indications at all that when she came here to the state of Arizona, she stopped for gas anywhere. She had those gas cans so that she wouldn't be able to be identified anywhere near Mr. Alexander's home. Additionally, with regard to the license plate, they tell you, well, that's one of the best ways in the world to get stopped, to drive without a license plate. Nobody ever alleged that she was driving without a license plate. The allegation by the state, which is borne out by the fact that the front plate is off and the back plate is upside down, is that she took both license plates off before she arrived at Mr. Alexander's house so she could park the car there and nobody would be wiser. Nobody would know that it was her that was there. Who would know that? They tell you, well, she could have borrowed her parents' cars. That's true, she could have done that. If they had license plates on them, they would have been identified to her. It would have been one short step to find out who owned that particular car. So you were also told, well, there were some guns that her father owned. Can you imagine the question? Or in the answer, if she went to her father and said, I need a gun, I want a gun. The question would have been, well, why is it that you need it? Why would you possibly need it if you're going on a trip? And where are you going? What are you doing? Or else I'm not going to give you the gun. All of this is nothing but argument that was presented to you. And it was presented to you in a way so that you could not focus in on the actual issues in this case. One of the other portions of the argument was that, well, you were talked about the finger issue. You were shown photographs and they talked to you about the demonstration. But as part of that argument, perhaps they forgot to talk to you about the cross-examination in the issue involving the finger. Because when she was being questioned about the murder and she was being asked about this particular finger and how the injury had happened and how many injuries she had suffered as a result of the attack, if you will, on Mr. Alexander, she said, well, you know, I did get some bumps and bruises. The question was, is that all? Is there anything else? I mean, that's all that you received? And she said, I also cut my finger. That's what she said. So if that's what she said, then why aren't we talking about it now? Well, the reason we're not talking about it now is because they know that it doesn't help their case, so let's go ahead and make an argument. The other thing that was going on in this case is that there were a lot of the salacious details of the case that were resurrected for you. There was tape that was played, but of course the tape that was played didn't have her, generally speaking, didn't have her side of the comment or comments on it. It didn't include all of the comments that you heard before. It just included Mr. Alexander's. So clearly Those were taken out of context. You were shown a photograph of her laying back nude, and you were asked to look. Take a look at her. Does that look like somebody that is really happy? I defy anybody, even Alice Laviolette, to take a look at a photograph. Take a look at a photograph and tell you exactly what an individual is thinking. Is there any way to take a look at the photographs of Mr. Alexander or the defendant in whatever pose she's in, whatever state of undress she's in, and tell you this is what she was thinking? No, she wasn't enjoying it. And then they talk to you about, well, she didn't consent to having sexual intercourse with him. And anywhere that you go, well, this would be a sexual assault. If there were a sexual assault when supposedly he had this incident, because there's really nothing to support it, when he had this, according to her, this intercourse with her, wouldn't she have reported it? Would she have gone to the bishop? And even though that may have happened, given relationships that occur, a person can consent afterwards and say, oh, you know, I really didn't want to, but it's okay. There's never any indication that stopped them.
Overruled.
There's never any indication that afterwards it didn't happen. And in fact, she talked in great detail on May 10th of 2008 when they were having that conversation about how much she liked that sort of activity. She talked about how she was asleep and he was doing something to her the lower portion of her body and how she enjoyed being woken up that way. Well, isn't it the same thing that happened when supposedly she was asleep and he was having sexual intercourse with her? But that's not something that fits within their, if you will, spin on things, and so they make an argument on it. The other thing that they said is that, well, maybe she was just his booty call. Maybe she was his first, his second booty call, but bottom line is that she was his booty call. Why don't they talk about the May 26, 2008 instant messaging where Mr. Alexander indicated something to the contrary. He indicated that if we're going to be using these terms that are floating down the gutter, that he was the individual who was nothing more than a dildo with a heartbeat. And that it appears that whenever the defendant wanted anything, she would use her sexuality, and he was acknowledging it, that, yeah, I'm your booty call. So whose booty call is it? Is it hers or is it his? But they don't want you to think about that. They don't want you to talk about that because, again, it's easier to just go ahead and make the argument. They also talk to you about whether or not the defendant actually lied to you about Priceline. And we have an exhibit here, 523, that they showed you. And in it, you do see that on 6/9 of 2008, there's a charge of $233.97 to Budget Rent-A-Car, Redding, California. And if you take a look at, throughout this whole document, it indicates the merchants that are receiving the payments. The payments for which this defendant contracted for. These are the activities that she engaged in. Just like the journals. What they want you to do is, and they make the argument is, don't believe what's written there. You need to apply the law of attraction to these documents, don't you know? Or maybe you need to go back when you go in the jury room and actually sit down to a viewing of a secret, because it appears that that is what's going to provide you with the ability to be able to read these documents that are being presented. And when this document says, for example, that we have on 6/20, there's a Sacramento County Airport, and then you also have the, let me find it, on 6/16 for $246.99, Priceline.com Air. And it tells you that the name of the merchant for that was Priceline. And the significance of that is not that she flew down here. The significance of that is that when that service is used, they note it. There is no indication that between the 9th, 6/9, and 6/16, which is a week time difference, there's no indication that between that week, that Priceline somehow changed their billing practices. That's what they want you to believe. It just so happens that during that time, Priceline decided to do things differently when it came to billing the merchants and how it was that they handled things. See, you can rent a car according to their theory and have it go through budget, but if it's an airline ticket within the same time, well, then they follow a totally different procedure. They wanted to talk to you also about the events at the home. And they indicated to you that they wanted you to use your common sense. They indicated that they wanted you to consider the voice of reason. And they asked you that over and over again. And that voice of reason, the way they presented it to you, was the defendant's version of events. So when the argument was made, as to the voice of reason, it was nothing more than the defendant's version of events. When they, for example, when they talked to you about the tying up on that sleigh bed, and they said, it shouldn't be too difficult to do, that you can actually tie her up. And then they showed you a photograph of what potentially it could be. True, you could. But the problem here is, was she tied up with just her wrists around the headboard, or was she tied up also on her feet? Which story do you want to believe? She told two stories. It always goes back to that one issue. There's more than one story that she gave. So which one are you going to decide to believe? Is it going to be that she had both her feet tied or her ankles tied, or are you going to decide that it was just her ankles? Is it just her hands? That's the problem with what they are presenting to you. And then they also showed you photographs, for example, of the stairs and how there was this picture of this, what appeared to be, to them, a piece of the rope. Go with exhibit number 269. That was on the stairs. That one. '57. What's interesting about that, though, if she was doing that, where are the footsteps with the blood on it? If she was so hysterical, where are the footsteps with the blood on it? If she was walking around that bedroom, looking around for this for this rope, certainly the always was that this was after the killing, that she took it with her. So, how come around the bedroom? Because presumably she at one point said that the knife was on the nightstand, and that's where the cutting of the rope was, because she said she at least was tied up by her wrists. How come there is no footprints and blood there? How come there's no footprints and blood here? The reason that there isn't is because there wasn't any rope. She's just trying to justify what happened on that day in order to allow for a knife to be present so that it makes her story palatable to you. Again, you have to have this extra step. You have to have sort of a code in order to understand what she's saying, in order to understand what she is writing. They talk to you about a timeline, and they talk to you about a photograph where Mr. Alexander is looking into the camera as the starting point. However, when the state showed you this photograph, this is the photograph, as the state mentioned, that was the last photograph that shows him before the attack when he was living. That was what the statement was by the state. The next, and that's at 5:30:30. The next photograph that the state contends is where the stabbing is going on, is Exhibit 161, which is at 5:31:14. So, in those 44 seconds, between that photograph and this photograph, is there time to go into the bedroom to get a knife? Is there time to go into the bedroom to get a purse that might have a knife and a gun? And that's what happened in this case. Oh, wait a minute. Can you just wait a minute? I need to go get my purse. I need to go do that. And then, this is when you have the attack. There were many, many possible scenarios that they talked to you about, and one of them involved the sink when there was this blood all over it, and there was smudges all over it, and one of the things that they told you, well, if it was her that was doing it, and if she was able to puncture his stomach, how is it then that, as he's standing over this sink, how is it then that, if that is what's happening, how come they didn't go in deeply? Well, one of them, the reason, is that, remember, there was blood all over the place, and there was blood all over the knife, and she's already admitted that she cut herself during the attack with the knife. One of the reasons that it could be that it wasn't deep is that that's when she cut herself, and that's when she's going after him with her left hand, and blood has this consistency to it. She slipped on the handle, went to the blade, and then she cut herself. And if she cut herself and still wants to continue attacking him, it would mean that every time that she would stab him, it would probably hurt her. Everything that was presented to you is nothing more than argument with nothing to back it up. Nothing, that is, unless you believe what the defendant is telling you. If you believe what the defendant is telling you, then all of these arguments then do begin to make sense. But where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line and believe this defendant when she's lied to everybody that she's come in contact with? And she's lied in other circumstances too, that maybe didn't involve her being under oath. One of the things that she lied about was the gun. According to her, back on June 10th of 2008, she said, well, you know, when I spoke to the officer, the gun, I made that up. It was a lie. Everything that she tells anybody of any consequence is a lie until she comes here, and then everything that she tells you, everything is the truth, except for the lies that she told you. And under those circumstances, and given that, they want you to step back and say, evaluate her self-defense claim. Evaluate this case and determine whether or not it's manslaughter, or whether or not it's second-degree murder. And make sure that you discount all of the elements of premeditation that the state has already discussed with you. For example, the .25 caliber gun that turned up missing after she took it in a burglary back on May 28th of 2008. And in terms of renting the car, overlooked them. Everything else about that, the fact that she wanted a nondescript vehicle at a different place than where she lived, that she then, as in anticipation of that trip, forget the fact that she told Mr. Brewer that she was coming to Mesa and that she needed 2 gas cans. Forget all of that. Forget the fact that in Salinas she bought another gas can and she lied to you about that because that doesn't fit within her scheme, if you will. Then forget the fact that when she gets to Pasadena, she fills up those 3 gas cans, and forget the fact that she told you this story about these skateboarders because that doesn't fit within the story, but just go with the story that she told you. Forget all of that. All of that is just bad coincidences, as well as the fact that her phone somehow magically is not on during the time that she's here in Arizona. You would need to ignore all of that in order to find that there was a premeditation. Additionally, the jury instruction with regard to premeditation is much more clear than that and much more specific than that. It tells you that premeditation, in terms of time, does not necessarily have to be prolonged. So in this particular case, there are 2 types of premeditation. The one where she thought about it since May of the end of May 2008, and she made the preparations. And the other premeditation when she was at the house. He was killed in 3 different ways. The stab wound to the heart would have killed him. Obviously, the slitting of the throat would have killed him. And the shot to the face would have killed him. All of it did not happen in one instance. It took a period of time. And that, although it was approximately 2 minutes, what this jury instruction tells you is that the time needed for reflection is not necessarily prolonged. And the space and time between the intent or knowledge to kill and the act of killing may be very short. It could be seconds. It could be 4, 5, 6 seconds. And in this case, there was more than that. What she did is she stabbed him first. He wasn't dying quick enough. And she was afraid he was going to live. As he stumbles away, tries to get away, she chases him down. Then she slits his throat, and then for good measure shoots him in the face. And that's the only way that you can count for the casing where it is falling on top of the blood. They did talk to you about what is called self-defense. And they said to you, well, we're not going to read the whole thing to you. We're just going to read a portion of it. And they read a portion of it that was on top of page 13, and they said to you, the use of deadly physical force is justified if a reasonable person in the situation would have reasonably believed that immediate deadly physical danger appeared to be present. Actual danger is not necessary to justify the use of deadly physical force in self-defense. And they said to you, the use of deadly physical force is justified if a reasonable person. And they said, she's a reasonable person. No, that's not what the statute says. The statute says, or the law says, a reasonable person. It doesn't say that the defendant is a reasonable person. The defendant is a liar and a killer. That's not what it says there. It says a reasonable person. A person that is involved in those circumstances. And that's not the defendant. It's not just because it's her, that's what we're talking about. But let's read the whole instruction. It's called Justification for Self-Defense Involving Physical Force. And again, there's going to be an argument. They made it for you, but they didn't give you the full argument. They didn't talk to you about the whole jury instructions. It tells you that a defendant is justified in using or threatening deadly physical force in self-defense if 2 conditions exist. And then it sets out for you what those 2 conditions are. It talks about a reasonable person in the situation. They're talking about not the defendant, but what a reasonable person. Presumably the way the defense attorney explained it to you and the way that you were chosen, you are the reasonable people. You are the reasonable person, the way they explained it to you. A reasonable person in the situation would have believed that deadly physical force was immediately necessary. Here, in order for you to believe that this is deadly, that this is something that is available, you would have to believe that even after all of the lies, even after the fact that she presented evidence to you about these gas cans, about the fact that she used Priceline when she didn't, the fact that her journals say something when they say something else, the fact that she lied to her doctors, all of that. You have to decide that. Even in light of all of that, you have to believe that force was immediately necessary because she told you so. That's the only way that you would know that it was immediately necessary, because she told you so. Why would deadly physical force be necessary after she stabbed him the first time? It wouldn't be. Why would deadly physical force be necessary after she slashed his throat? Everybody knows that the person, if you slash him that badly, is done. Everybody also knows, for example, if they want to take the shooting first, that if you shoot somebody in the head, that's it. Deadly physical force was immediately necessary. If you have already one of the three killings already done, then you don't need to do the other two. And the reason that I point that out is because that shows that her intent here was to kill, not to defend herself. That's what she was doing. And then it talks about to protect against another's use or apparent attempted or threatened use of unlawful deadly physical force. What physical force do you see that Mr. Alexander applied to the defendant? What injuries was she able to talk to you about that Mr. Alexander inflicted upon her? Well, she claims that one was to the head, but there's no verification of that. The only injury that she had that day, the only injury that was verified that she had that day was the injury to her left finger, and she said she got that stabbing him. So what injuries does she have? Or what use does he have? What threats do we have? Well, she says and claims that he said that he was going to fucking kill you, bitch. That's what she says that he said. But again, it's all predicated on believing a liar. Somebody who lied to you about important facts in this case. About things such as the gas can. Why would she have to lie about that? Because if she didn't, then the issue of premeditation is very clear. And, number two, the defendant used or threatened no more deadly physical force than would have appeared necessary to a reasonable person in the situation. Well, what's a reasonable person in that situation? A reasonable person in that situation would see that the victim, Mr. Alexander, was naked. They would also see that he was sopping wet because he had just been in that shower. They would also see that he was sitting down when this happened. They would also see and know that not once in his lifetime, and that lifetime that was cut short, not once in that lifetime did he ever lay a hand on her. Not once. There is no evidence that he ever laid a hand on her, ever. So a reasonable person where this individual had never ever touched her, because you have to believe her and believe those journals that have to be interpreted through the secret, through the law of attraction. You would have to believe her in order to believe that physical force was even necessary at all. There's no indication at all that he ever even touched her. There were situations, for example, when she told him, according to her journal, that she was leaving. And how did he respond to that? He kissed her tenderly 3 times. Is that deadly? Is that force? Well, you could say that his lips were, what, deadly weapons as he gently kissed her, although she loved his lips. Is that what we're talking about? How about with regard to the supposed incident that happened on the 22nd of January of 2008? Is the indication or the written word that says nothing noteworthy happened at that time? Is that an indication, or is that telling you that he struck her? No, that's just the opposite. And how about the other incident that she claims that happened in August of 2007 after she was peeping inside his window and looking at him with another woman? What about that one? Well, that didn't happen that day. According to her, it happened the next day when he was banging his head up on the closet over and over. And according to her, that was when he didn't touch her but didn't want her to leave. Where even under that stretch, it's still not physical violence. The last incident that she describes is the one that right before she left to go to Wairika, where supposedly she passed out. No indication whatsoever with regard to that one, because she claimed that she had visible bruises. No indication from the witness stand, other than from her, that she had bruises. No indication from anybody. And remember, what's interesting about that one is that she got that right before she left. And shortly after that, within 2 days, she was with her family, when presumably these bruises would have been evident. You didn't hear from the witness stand at all that there were any bruises whatsoever. So then, there is no deadly physical force that can be even remotely available to her, because he never touched her in that fashion again. It does say that a defendant may use deadly physical force in self-defense only to protect against another's use or apparent attempted or threatened use of physical force. She claims that he threatened physical force. Are you going to believe her? And remember, the earlier jury instruction talks about the situation where the credibility of witnesses is determined by applying it or thinking of it in terms of an important event in life. So with regard to important events in life, do you think anybody would take the defendant's statement? For example, an important event is what kind of medical care a child is going to receive. If you had a liar such as the defendant, would anybody take her advice as to how to take care of that individual? You wouldn't. And then it says self-defense justifies the use or threat of deadly physical force only while the apparent danger continues. If there is no danger, there is no apparent danger. It also indicates that it ends when the apparent danger ends. If there is no apparent danger, then deadly physical force cannot be used. And additionally, it says the force used may not be greater than reasonably necessary to defend against the apparent danger. This individual, Mr. Alexander, was naked. He didn't have any deadly weapons on him. He was sopping wet. He was sitting there. There was no way that he could possibly threaten her at all. Just not at all. It does talk about what we just previously indicated so that we can put it in context. The use of deadly physical force is justified if a reasonable person in the situation would have reasonably believed that immediate deadly physical danger appeared to be present. Actual danger is not necessary to justify the use of deadly physical force in self-defense. In this case, as I said before, there was never anything that you had from the witness stand other than from the defendant who indicated to you that she was fearful. And if she's the only person who indicated that and she has these credibility problems, it is clear that this standard isn't met. It says you must decide whether a reasonable person in a similar situation would believe that. And what is that they have to believe? Deadly physical force was immediately necessary to protect against another's use or threatened use of unlawful deadly physical force. We've discussed this already. And then you must measure the defendant's belief against what a reasonable person in that situation would have believed. We've talked about that already. And it does say that a defendant has no duty to retreat before threatening or using deadly physical force in self-defense if the defendant has a legal right to be in the place where the use or threatened deadly physical force in self-defense occurred. Again, in order for this to apply, to say that she has no duty to retreat, you still have to look at what a reasonable person would have done. A reasonable person in these circumstances, as the defendant has described them, if any of it were true, would be that there's a naked guy in the shower. And there's a naked guy in the shower is mad at her and she's already got a head start down the hallway. Well, if that's the case, and she's running away, this tells you that although she has no duty to retreat, a reasonable person would have taken a left other than a right according to her.
Objection misstates the law.
Overruled.
Reasonable person would have just left. Is he going to follow her down the street naked? No, of course not. And was the second prong is was not engaged in an unlawful act at the time when the use or threatened deadly physical force in self-defense occurred. Again, there has to be this threat before this is even activated. It is true that the state has the burden of proving this beyond a reasonable doubt. You have to be firmly convinced, and it does tell you what happens if the state fails to carry this burden. The only evidence that you have in this particular case about whether or not the use of force here was justified, keep going back to it. It's like a parrot on a stick. I know I must sound like a parrot on a stick. Keep going back to the same thing. That would mean that you would have to believe the defendant. And the defendant is somebody who has demonstrated to you that throughout these proceedings, whether they be outside of the courtroom, in person to the detective, by telephone call to the detective, speaking with her friends, speaking to the psychologist, or coming in here and speaking here to you, throughout this whole thing, she has lied. It requires you to put all of that aside and say, something magical happened. And because something magical happened, I'm going to believe her as to this very limited thing, even though she's lied to us and she's lied to everybody else. And then it talks to you about whether or not there have been past acts of domestic violence against the defendant by the victim. Where are they? Where's the proof of that? There is absolutely nothing other than the defendant's own statements. And it talks about the state of mind of a reasonable person shall be determined from the perspective of a reasonable person who has been the victim of acts of domestic violence. But if there have been no acts of domestic violence that have been proven to you, then she does not fall in that category. And then it talks about what domestic violence means, and it lays out the relationship issue, and then it talks about what the potential crimes could be. Well, you're left now to decide whether or not, as to premeditated murder, because they did not discuss the felony murder issue, whether or not there was any premeditation, or whether or not there's second degree, or whether or not this is manslaughter. It bears repeating, and you've seen these, that premeditated murder requires that the defendant, and we can personalize it, Jodi Arias, caused or killed Travis Alexander. Yeah. She put that knife in really good in his chest. She slit his throat. And she shot him in the face. Yeah, she did do that. And did Jodi Arias intend or know that she would kill Travis Victor Alexander? Absolutely. That's why she went for the throat. That's why she just gutted him. And that's why she stuck it in his chest. And that's why she shot him in the face. There was this argument that, well, if she's dragging him back, she would have to aim. No, she wouldn't. He was shot in the right temple as opposed to them telling you it was the left temple. And if she's dragging him this way down the hallway, his right temple would be the one that would be most open to her. And she just took the gun and shot him. He was already dead at the time. And did Jodi Arias act with premeditation? She did. Premeditation means that Jodi Arias intended to kill Travis Victor Alexander. She sure did. She sure did. And after intending or knowing that she wanted to kill him, did she think about it? Well, sure she did. You think that she got the gun in Rodrigo, the .25 caliber, for any other reason other than to kill him? Do you think that all of these gyrations in preparation for her trip, or these preparations that she took, do you think that those were for any other reason other than to kill him? Do you think that she called Daryl Brewer and said, hey, I want these 2 gas cans because I'm going to Mesa, and then I'm going to lie to people about it? But do you think that she said that? Do you think that she called him for any other reason other than that she wouldn't be found out that she was coming to Mesa? Of course not. And the fact that she bought a 3rd gas can, that was for the purpose of going undetected. The fact that she turned off her cell phone, the fact that she took off the license plates when she arrived at his place, all of that was so she would go undetected when she killed him. And so she reflected. She thought about it or knew, which is what is required. And then it tells you that she didn't have to think of it for a long time. It can be a short period of time. It tells you that it's this reflection regardless of the length of time. In this case is unique in the sense that you have a continuing aspect of premeditation. You have a very long period of time in which she undertakes these preparations, and then you also have a shorter period of time in which she kills them 3 times over. And so there's the premeditation either way. And it tells you that's the difference between first degree and second degree. It also advises you that it is not, and I'll just read it, that while reflection is required for first degree murder, the time needed for reflection is not necessarily prolonged, and the space of time between the knowledge or the intent to kill and the killing of the defendant by the defendant of Travis Alexander may be very short. It does talk to you about premeditation not being the instant effect of a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. And I will point out to you again that Jodi Arias is the only person that indicates that there has been a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. Nothing in the scene itself indicates that. In fact, the scene indicates something else. She actually took some time to delete some photographs from the camera. She actually took time to make sure that she didn't get the bloody footprints onto the carpet. She took time to put the camera in the washing machine, and she took some extra time to kind of wipe up the scene, drag him back, and stick him in the shower. Now, the issue here is that, in terms of the instructions, if you find that the defendant is guilty of premeditated murder and or felony murder, which is the state's position, then you do not consider second-degree murder. You do not start with manslaughter and go up. You don't start with second-degree murder and go up. You start with first-degree murder. And once you're done with that first-degree murder calculation, that's the end of the story. Second-degree murder is the same thing as first-degree murder, except there's no premeditation. Clearly, in this case, there is premeditation. And manslaughter actually has another element that's added to it, in addition to what second-degree murder is. There has to be a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. And in order for there to be a sudden quarrel or heat of passion, the defendant has to be believed. But let's talk about manslaughter and the elements. It tells you that if and only if you find the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must then consider whether the homicide was committed upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. That's the added element, resulting from adequate provocation by the victim. The provocation here is supplied by Jodi Arias. She's the one that's telling you that he's the one that came after her. But again, it's predicated on you believing her. And it talks about adequate provocation means conduct or circumstances sufficient to deprive a reasonable person of self-control. Well, if it's Ms. Arias that is telling you, is there even any provocation whatsoever? It does say that words alone are not adequate provocation to justify reducing an intentional killing to manslaughter. If a naked guy, as Mr. Alexander was, is in the shower shouting at you, that's not enough to justify manslaughter. Because you can imagine how many situations there are when people get into shouting matches, and that's not appropriate to then shoot them or stab them or slit their throat. And then it talks about a cooling off period between the provocation, i.e., and the killing. And the cooling off period is the time it would take a reasonable person to regain control under the circumstances. Since there is no proof whatsoever that there was any provocation on behalf of the victim, there is no indication whatsoever that Mr. Alexander did anything other than what the defendant says. And according to her, he said a fifth grader, or words to that effect, could take better pictures than you. That's not sufficient provocation. It goes on that if you do find the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and then it tells you how to decide this case if you find yourself in that position. It is the state's view that nothing in this case indicates that this was anything other than a slaughter, other than a premeditated killing of a guy, Travis Victor Alexander, who just didn't want to have anything to do with her. There's no indication here that he went to visit her. Yes, there was a telephone call that was made, and yes, they were enjoying, or he was enjoying himself, and apparently, according to what the phone call sounds like, she was enjoying herself. But what actually seems, or what is going on here, because we can say this as a result of the May 19th, 2008 instant message, is that Mr. Alexander had tired of her. And he knew of the history, he knew of the stalking behavior that she had, and he was done with her. And so he told her that he was done with her. And he also indicated that he was extremely afraid because of her stalking behavior. And he was prophetic in that. What ends up happening is that on May 26th, they have this argument. You've seen the argument. He says it's the worst thing that's ever happened to him. And that's true. And so what ends up happening again is that it's as if he were pronouncing his own death sentence. And that she undertakes to carry this out. It isn't like he requested it. It isn't like he did anything other than attempt to sort of appease this woman that just wouldn't leave him alone. Whether it be by coming over, sleeping underneath the Christmas tree, taking a ring that didn't belong to her, peeping in his window, doing all of those things that she did. Moving to Mesa after he broke up with her, or they broke up, going into his computer, hitting the backspace button, breaking into his MySpace account. All of those things indicate to you that her motivation for this was that she just wanted him. She came over, and what is one act of wanting an individual? Well, to demonstrate that you want an individual is you engage in sexual intercourse. And that's what she did on that particular day. She wanted him. She couldn't let him go. Even from Wairika, she couldn't let him go. There's never an indication that he said that he requested her to come there. Those are her words, and she kept saying them over and over like mantra. And so on that date, when she finally got there, she came ready to go. And by ready to go, I mean she brought over the weapons, and she spent some time with him. And then when he was in the shower, he was no match for her. And she took care of business. And you know how she took care of business. And because she took care of business, and because she stabbed him in the heart, and because she slashed his throat, and because she shot him in the face, and because she premeditated it, you now have a duty. And this duty requires you to take into account the jury instructions, and these jury instructions are not something that you can disregard. They're mandatory. Apply them to the facts. And the facts, again, involve an individual who has lied consistently throughout. And based on that, you are to reach a decision as to whether or not the defendant committed first-degree murder. In a circumstance like this, again, you can only make reference to what other people have said, perhaps with regard to other important times of their life. And there's the poet John Donne, and again, it's just a reference to him. It's close to the quote, but the reference that I want to leave you with is that when you're involved in this sort of situation, you have to sit back and you think about it, and you think about what is going on. And he wrote, every person's death diminishes. So therefore, send no one to find for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
Objection to proper argument.
And in this case, what it's telling you is that you now have the burden to apply this and to the facts that were presented. And in doing so, I am asking you to return a verdict of first-degree murder. Not only of premeditated murder, but also of felony murder. Not because it's an emotional decision that I want you to reach like them by saying that something's nonsensical and that sort of thing, or making an argument just for its own sake. But because in this case, Travis Victor Alexander was slaughtered by this woman.
Objection to proper argument.
When she slashed his throat, she stabbed him in the heart, and then she shot him in the face. And all of that, thinking about it in advance. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn to page 2 of your jury instructions. I want to repeat 2 instructions I gave you yesterday. In their opening statements and closing arguments, the lawyers have talked to you about the law and the evidence. What the lawyers said is not evidence, but it may help you to understand the law and the evidence. Evidence means the testimony of witnesses and exhibits introduced in court. The law is the jury instructions, your final jury instructions. Now please turn to page 20. The case is now submitted to you for decision. When you go to the jury room, you will choose a foreperson. He or she will preside over your deliberations. I suggest that you discuss and then set your deliberation schedule. You are in charge of your schedule and may set and vary it by agreement and with approval of the court. After you have decided on a schedule, please advise the bailiff. As jurors, you have a duty to discuss the case with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach a just verdict. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you consider the evidence impartially with your fellow jurors. During your deliberations, you should not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you become convinced that it is wrong. However, you should not change your honest belief concerning the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You are to discuss the case and deliberate only when all jurors are together in the jury room. You are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else during breaks or recesses. The admonition I have given you during the trial remains in effect when all of you are not in the jury room deliberating. After setting your schedule, I suggest that you next review the written jury instructions and verdict form. It may be helpful for you to discuss the instructions and verdict form to make sure that you understand them. Again, during your deliberations, you must follow the instructions and refer to them to answer any questions about applicable law, procedure, and definitions. Should any of you or the jury as a whole have a question for me during your deliberations or wish to communicate with me on any other matter, please utilize the jury question form that we will provide you. Your question or message must be communicated to me in writing and must be signed by you or the foreperson. I will consider your question or note and consult with counsel before answering it in writing. I will answer it as quickly as possible. Remember that you are not to tell anyone, including me, how you stand numerically or otherwise until after you have reached a verdict or have been discharged. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website such as Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, or Twitter, to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. All 12 of you must agree on each verdict. You must be unanimous. Once all 12 agree on a verdict, only the foreperson need sign the verdict form on the line marked foreperson. You will be given one form of verdict. The verdict form reads as follows. Count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths do find the defendant as to count 1, first-degree murder. Not guilty or guilty, you will check the appropriate box. Complete this portion of the verdict form only if you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. If your verdict is guilty of first-degree murder, indicate the number of jurors finding each type of first-degree murder. And there are 3 different elections to be made. The number of jurors finding only premeditated murder, the number of jurors finding only felony murder, and the number of jurors finding both premeditated murder and felony murder. The foreperson will then sign the verdict form and print his or her name. To be completed only if not guilty or undecided on count 1, first-degree murder. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths to find the defendant on the charge of second-degree murder as follows, not guilty or guilty. You will check the appropriate box. to be completed only if not guilty or undecided on count 1, second-degree murder. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths to find the defendant on the charge of manslaughter as follows: not guilty or guilty. The foreperson will then sign the verdict form and print his or her name. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there are 15 of you. At this time, the clerk will select the alternate jurors by lot.
Juror number 10.
Juror 10.
Juror number 17.
Juror 17.
And juror number 15.
Juror 15. All right, those of you who have been selected as the alternates, the admonition will continue to apply to you. If for some reason one of the sitting jurors cannot continue, you will substitute for a sitting juror. So, I'm going to ask that the alternate jurors report back here on Monday at 9 a.m. and be present when the jury is deliberating. You will be seated in a special area. The bailiff will direct you where you should report. The admonition will continue to apply. All right, at this time, the bailiffs will be sworn.
You do solemnly swear to take charge of this jury and protect their deliberations from all outside interference, so help you God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may go back to the jury room and begin deliberating. The alternate jurors will also go back to the jury room, collect your things, and the bailiffs will show you where you will be reporting on Monday. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Please be seated. Counsel, are there any objections to the final instructions as read?
No, thank you.
Please approach counsel. We are at recess.